Hello again, everybody, and welcome. Today, hell freezes over and both AEW and the WWE do some things right. It's the Snowing in Hades edition of the Jim Cornette Experience, and to join me, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you. There's more than one royal family on this podcast. He's the Baron of Last Manor, the great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be with you once again, and I'm very happy that you began the show by saying that because I've been in touch with the family of Lord Littlebrook, and I was trying to put them in touch with Stephen P. New about this more than one royal family. They insist there is one royal family, and Lord Littlebrook is the head of it.
That's true. That's true. He's the head of it he looks down on us from below, or looks up at us from below, because not that he's in hell or anything. I guess I don't know what I was doing there. I liked Littlebrook. He's a heck of a guy. Anyway.
See, I told you we'd have fun.
You know, since you're the Baron of Last Manor and I'm the King of Castle Cornette, should we just say hello to each other like the commoners, or should we have some ceremony where our lackeys blow trumpets and our Alaskan Malamutes sniff each other's asses before we give a hearty Cossack dance or something?
Nah, I kind of want to do it more Groucho Marx style. Everyone's looking one way, I slide down a pole, do my business, and dance around and leave.
Do your business? And how often do you slide down a pole and do your business? Is that just something you can do in warm weather, or can you get out in the cold and do that also?
Depends on the pole.
Speaking of which, spring sprang and fell back, apparently, didn't it? I was all excited. The new spring projects, we're trying to get them underway over here, and had the guy come over yesterday and look at building my new fence in the rear of the property. I've mentioned it before, how it was a giant 8-foot solid wood fuck you to the mud field that we had back there when they started the subdivision. But now civilized people have moved in, and my neighbor Stunning Steve Bradshaw over on the southeast quadrant, he's the point man over on the other side of the fence. We're going to get a new fence put in back there. Had a guy come over and it started raining on us as we were viewing the project. And then today it's sleeting. Tomorrow it's going to snow. The next day there's going to be a freeze warning. And then the day after that it's going to be in the 70s, but the rain's coming back. So now Mother Nature is trying to prevent us from getting... The Monroes have French drains to finish. The guy's got to build me a fence. We have nothing but poor weather. Poor weather here. And every time that Harley wants to go out, well, don't even get me started on her habits in the cold weather when I'm out there shivering, shaking like I'm a dog shitting peach seeds. This is unacceptable for April. Brian, do something about this. I'll wait.
Do you feel, you keep waiting, do you feel like an expert in fences at this point?
I've designed and built a few fences over. The one in front I designed myself. The one in the back I've researched. See, when you steal from one person, it's plagiarism. When you steal from many, it's research. Well, I've researched a fence over across town that I like, with a few little tweaks and bells and whistles and everything, and that I've researched from other places. And that's going to go in the back there. I would say, yes, I know how to build fences and fence things in and security and keep the outside world out. Why, you need a fence?
No, you would have been very unpopular in the old days in the locker room, a fence builder.
Well, I see, you're probably the only one left that gets that. I'll tell you, but I'm not sick, though. I may be building fences out in the bad weather, but I'm not sick. You know, I know everybody meant well, and I don't mean to chastise anyone or to come off as I'm ungrateful for their attention. But did you even pay attention to the story about the corny fan page guy on Twitter? Have you even paid any attention to this? I certainly got a bunch of it on my Twitter. Maybe you were spared.
I have no idea what you're talking about now.
Okay, well, the nice fellow, he's a very fine, nice fellow. A friend of furry woodland creatures. The guy that runs the Twitter account that's been on Twitter for quite some time now, corny fan page, right? And it's got the little picture of, my face and everything. And what he does, and it's clearly marked, I am a fan of Jim Cornette who posts things of Jim Cornette here on Twitter for your interest. And I've retweeted him a number of times because sometimes it reminds me of stuff that I've done that even I forgot. Well, what am I doing there? I don't remember that, but it's just clips throughout my career, just pleasant little filler to send out to the folks on the Twitter. Well, he tweeted, this was several days ago, that he's under the weather. He's, as Christine Jarrett would say, feeling puny, and he's going to take a break from the account, and he hopes to be back soon. Just to send and thanked me for retweeting all the things that I had retweeted. I can't believe I'm a grown man using the word retweeting this many times. But anyway, very pleasant statement. And I, in turn, responded to him, hey, feel better soon. And, we're all, we love you, whatever, right? Just an innocuous conversation. But I'm worried now about modern society because they're trying to, instead of consuming their news and information in a form that you can easily digest, especially when some people don't pay a lot of attention to things anyway, they're all reading it on their phone or whatever at the 3-inch screen, and I don't know why they're not picking these things up, but somehow I started getting tweeted, oh, Jim, I hope everything's okay. We'll miss you. Will this affect the podcast? No, because it ain't me. It's somebody else. And I was clearly wishing them well. But off of this, numerous people were like, oh, my gosh, Jim, well, hey, do what's best for you and your family, or that's more important, or you are getting up there these days in age. I'm like, well, thanks for reminding me. But no, unfortunately, it may be good or bad news, depending on your perspective. But I remain perfectly healthy as far as medical science can figure out so far. Well, I'm actually, I can't turn my neck. I've mentioned that to you, Brian, because I slept wrong. And it's the same place, the old place Yoko sat on my head. This happens every once in a while, so I'm having trouble turning my neck today. But, Brian, you can still be perfectly healthy if your neck don't work, can't you?
I don't know about perfectly healthy. You could be relatively healthy.
Well, all of my relatives are dead, so I can't be relatively healthy. I need to be healthy. But as long as the neck is holding the head up and the head still works. So that's all that counts, isn't it?
You still have the other side of the neck.
Well, I got See, I got an extra side. I just won't use this side. I'll just everybody from now on, if you ever see me again, which is highly unlikely, come up on me from the left side.
Well, it's your show.
Why are you tittering in the background I've just related to you that I'm in some fucking pain here and have some issue going. You're trying to wish me ill like all these other people. See, it was just, that's the thing. That's the first thing they thought. Anytime I trend now, they know something happened to him. But it's all on your perspective. Me and Stace were at a comic convention here in Louisville several years ago. Maybe many years ago now. What's the difference between many and several? Well, I digress. And we're at the booth and we see this couple that we know here in town that come up and say hello. And Stace is talking to the lady, and I'm talking, no names, I won't mention any names. I'm talking to the gentleman, just idle chat. And he says, suddenly he blurts out, well, did we tell you that she's pregnant? And my first response, oh shit, what are you going to do? And Stace heard that and she said, no, it's good. This is good for, it's good.
Awful.
See, I didn't immediately.
Awful.
Well, congratulations. See, it's all who hears the news. It's not the news. It's who hears the news from their perspective. And unfortunately.
Oh, no, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Well,
it's awful. Especially when you know in your pocket you have, who do you suspect?
Well, no, I wasn't trying to be funny. I was trying to help him out in his time of need. Like, shit, you need me to hide you for a little while till you get out of town? Here's some things I've seen on the news. Before we watched a lot of wrestling. And we both mentioned between last week and then the follow-up, fallout, fire showers, whatever, of this week, where every night since WrestleMania ended, except for Thursday. Thursdays are starting to be my favorite day of the week. Every night since WrestleMania ended, except for Thursday, until we're speaking right now, there's been a major multi-hour wrestling broadcast. So we'll talk about that in a little while, because they actually... I asked you this before we went on the air, and then we said, no, we're not going to do the show. Why did they wait until after all the big shows are over with to do their best TVs?
This is the move. Give everyone false optimism coming out of WrestleMania. And then, by week 2, by week 3 after WrestleMania, it all goes back to what it was.
Well, but why did AEW wait till after WrestleMania to give us some false hope?
You know what? No, AEW, to give them credit or be fair, the first hour, by and large, of their show for the last month or so has been pretty good. And sometimes it even goes into the second hour a little bit. Now, the last 30 to 45 minutes are usually trash, but usually you get a good traditional length wrestling show in there, and then there's a bunch of add-on that you could kind of ignore.
But then they flipped that on its head this week and gave us the match of the week. They did a Costanza. They ended on a high note. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good night. We can't tie. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. But there's some other things I've seen, non-wrestling related. I want to run these by you, Brian, real quick. On the news, I've seen these things as not only another adult, but also you're younger. You're more tuned into the now generation, and you might explain to me how some of this shit works. I saw a story on Yahoo, on the interweb, about this group of young women that were going to have a bachelorette party for one of them, and they all got together and they rented, what do they call them? The Airbnbs. They rented a house somewhere.
I have a lot of their stock.
Well, you might want to start fucking feeding that to the fish here in a second.
Oh, no.
Well, I don't know what company. Actually, it wasn't like, is Airbnb an actual company, or is that just a thing that people do? I'm going to open up an Airbnb.
No, it's a company. It's a publicly listed company. It's a
okay. Well, this
thing.
may have been Airbnb or something like that. It was. But point is,
thanks a lot.
These. Well, I don't want to go trashing anybody's stock over false slander or anything. But it's one of these places that rent these houses, and the girls get there and they get the key to the. No, they get the code to the alarm system, and they get the gate passcode or whatever. And then whoever checks them into this thing or whatever the procedure is leaves, takes the actual key to the door, and leaves and says, oh, and you can call or text such and such if you've got any problems or whatever. Well, then there's a group of like 10 of them. They go around in this house, and none of them can figure out how to lock any of the doors. The doors won't lock, and none of them can figure out how to lock them. And they're in somebody, and they're creeped out, and they look on the website that they've rented this place from, and the website no longer has this place as a rental, that it's a thing, that it exists. Now they're in some other person's house, in somewhere they don't live, don't know anybody, can't lock any of the doors, and don't know what the fuck's going on, and they text some friend of theirs who says, sounds like you're being set up. Well, that might be a thing you would think of. And they've got no transportation. Apparently they Ubered there or something.
That's another real company. I'm stocking that too, actually.
Well,
it's another real thing.
No, it's a fine company, I'm sure. Yeah. But here, you know me, Brian Ladd, and you've been in the city with me. And
I've driven you in the city.
You've driven me around, but you know that there's a direct correlation between my comfort level and whether or not I have keys in my pocket to a car that's within accessible distance of me, so I can get the fuck headed south home whenever I want. That makes me feel comfortable. And I can't imagine having someone, and also I ride with almost no one else except you, in the city because I figure we're all going to die anyway. Might as well be in your car.
Thanks a lot.
But also, I can't imagine getting in someone else's car that I don't know, that I've called the Uber, and they drop me off somewhere that I don't have any access to any transportation. I'm in a strange place with nobody around that's responsible, like a desk clerk at a hotel or whatever. Is this a thing that people are doing? They're just, and
oh yeah,
my questions are not only,
it's pretty significant.
Renting somebody else's house and staying in it, or I'm thinking somebody staying in mine. That I just don't understand this concept. Like when the Kenny McIntosh and our friends from over across the pond, when they came over in 2017, they rode down to Florida with me for WrestleMania weekend. And they had their company they were working with at the time had rented them a condo. And they called it the Airbnb thing. But that's what I thought the process was that there was these condos or these places that this company, that's what they do, is rent them out. But no, people are actually renting out their private homes that they live in part of the time of the year and just here, Joe, come here and stay here for a week. Is that what the process is?
Well, there's all different houses. And one thing I've learned, and I'm sure the same thing you have had to learn, a lot of people just don't give a shit about any of their stuff, their couches, their possessions. Like, I would never even consider it. But there are people who do it. There are some people who, if you want to spend a little time in a luxury home, you rent it for a long weekend. If the people who own it aren't home, if they're away, they want to earn a few bucks on the side when they know they're not going to be home.
Wait a minute. Who owns a luxury home and needs to earn a few bucks on the side?
They don't need to earn a few bucks. And quite frankly, it's not a few bucks that would really be an earning. It's more just ancillary income. Unless you're probably doing mega business with that. There are people who own houses just to have them on Airbnb.
Well, okay, again, if it wasn't your primary residence, if you own a house to rent it out to people, then I can kind of understand that, except then from the people that you're renting it to standpoint, you're renting a house from some yahoo that you've never met before. You don't know what's been going on there. You don't know what kind of associates they have. Sounds like a 3 a.m. kick the door down, where's the shit, pal, type of thing to me, where you don't know where these people have been, what they've touched. Who might be looking for him in the middle of the night? For fuck's sake, I'm going to a goddamn recognized chain hotel that at least me or my descendants can sue if something happens, and that there are people on scene 24 hours a day to prevent somebody's not going to come to the fucking Hilton Garden Room 342 in the middle of the night because they had a fucking bad experience with somebody there 2 weeks ago. But the house, they might come back. Yeah, that's where that motherfucker lives. I'll get liquored up and I'll go see him. I want some fucking liability going on and here's another thing. Doing this shit on the internet, you don't know what you're going to fucking turn up and see. For heaven's sake, I know when I go to a chain hotel with a reputable multi-million-dollar and a highly litigious personal attorney like Stephen P. New on my side, they're going to half-ass, not let anybody break in with a chainsaw and cut my head off if they can avoid it. But you're in somebody's fucking house. Who knows? It could have been built on an Indian burial ground. In the middle of the night, here comes the goddamn poltergeist. You never know what's going to go on somebody else's place.
Poltergeist.
I'd stay away from that. Would you do that?
Poltergeist?
No. Would you poltergeist? Not even a fucking question. Would you stay in somebody else's would you poltergeist or do the tutti frutti? What is this, land of 1,000 dances? You got to know how to pony like Boney Maroney. Do the poltergeist. I'm asking you.
We'll end up in a muddy pool of corpses, is what I meant.
Would you stay in some stranger's house somewhere? Just in a neighborhood, just fucking, you don't know what's going on there or what the fuck's going on around you.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. When I visit family, I stay in a hotel. I don't want to be in other people's houses. I'd rather just do my own thing, have my own spot. Even if I'm with my family, I'd rather just we have our own hotel suite and do our own thing and fuck everyone else.
I can't remember the last time I was in someone else's house really to begin with, but because, no. Because then I can't belch and fart and pick my ass and do normal things that, without feeling bad about it for the people that have to sit there and watch me. So I stay home and do all that shit. And here's another thing. How many hotels do you think I've stayed in my life, Brian Last?
How many?
How many nights in hotels? How many different for 40-something years? More than that.
That's actually a great question. Do you actually know the number?
No, I don't.
I'm surprised.
But how many do you think? It would be multitudinous.
It would be thousands, I would think.
I have never made a hotel reservation online. I either call the hotel, well, obviously in the modern days, I call the 800 numbers for the various chains. And since I do have some cachet, my name carries some weight with a certain chain because I am a platinum diamond member. So I go right to the people that actually speak English and know how their computer works. But before that, you saw a lot of times you'd call the hotel directly just to make sure. I always get the confirmation number verbally from a human being. And I can't even tell you right now the first time that a reservation has been fucked up for me or the Midnight Express or whoever was in my umbrella of anal retentive protection on the preparations for our trips. We always had a hotel, except when it was beyond our control, such as when Crockett's plane rerouted to the wrong airport in Chicago, or in a few cases like that. But we were never stranded without a rental car or a hotel room in our years on the road. I take care of that. I don't just rely on the magic of the internet. That's what people need to check into this. Sometimes I call the night clerk. If I'll be checking in late, I call the night clerk the night before and tell them what temperature I want my thermostat set on. They tell me to go piss up a rope, but sometimes I do that anyway.
Did I don't know where I was going to say. If the Midnight Express and you were active today, do you think you would have the same routine, or would you demand a bus?
Oh, gee, no, we don't.
The Midnight Express in a bus named the Midnight Express.
Actually, I think I can speak for all four members of the Midnight Express, myself, Stan, Dennis, and Bobby, in saying that if we had ever been offered a bus, we would have said, tell you what, whatever the bus is going to cost, split it up 4 ways and add it to our checks, and we'll take care of it from there. And we would have fucking driven our goddamn, the SUVs we would now be able to afford that they didn't even have then with all the Dennis and his wife Teresa, me and Stacy, last time we saw them 3 years ago, I guess, when one of the last reunions. Dennis has this giant pickup truck with all the bells and whistles with the Ford F-750. It's, it's a giant thing. And I've got Black Beauty. And I looked at him and said, we've got these vehicles now. We never go anywhere. And we used to drive 100,000 miles a year, and I was driving a fucking Datsun, and you had a goddamn van that you bought from Stan that, leaked and broke down half the time. What the fuck? But they didn't have these nice SUVs back then. They had more like FUVs, fuck you vehicles. Just drive it until the wheels fall off and leave it on the side of the road. Bobby Fulton did that one time. He had a car that I think he paid $50 for it to begin with, but it fucking broke down in such spectacular fashion that he managed to get it into a truck stop parking lot on the turnpike and just slowly backed away from it so nobody would notice it was his. And he never saw it again. Anyway, here's something else I wanted to ask about real quick. What do you think about this? Is right here in Louisville, locally, the big news. A guy at a gas station here across town, for whatever reason, to be determined, pulls out a gun and shoots his wife and kills her in the parking lot. Another guy who just went to get some gas and just happened to be either walking out or in or turned the corner at the inappropriate time, the guy shot him, killed him too in the parking lot. This obviously attracts some attention, and people do call the police. The guy gets in his fucking car and races away. The people, apparently maybe there had been some disturbance beforehand where the police were on the way, but they pick up the chase and they're trying to get wherever this guy, he goes across into southern Indiana, if he wasn't there already, and stops in this restaurant that's owned by this, I don't know whether they're Chinese or Vietnamese or they're Asian people for the purpose of this conversation. Old man and I don't want to say old woman. They didn't show the wife, but the guy looked like my age, or maybe close. Poor meek old guy. I don't even know whether the restaurant was open or not, whether they were just there because it's a family-owned thing. This guy that's already shot the two people crashes his car outside their restaurant, jumps in there, grabs the wife, kidnaps her. And the guy's going, no, take me. He can barely speak English. And the guy drags the wife to another vehicle in the parking lot, which by that point the police have pulled into the location. He's trying to fucking get the woman into the vehicle so that he can kidnap her and take her hostage as he speeds off. But she's fighting him, and she either jumps or falls or never really got in the car to begin with, but comes out of the car, and he runs her over, apparently ran over her shoulder and chest or ribs, whatever, and face. And then the police shoot him and kill him. And then this is on the news, and the reason why that I'm bringing this up is because, Brian, guess what? And the wife ended up in the hospital with cracked ribs or broken ribs and I think a broken shoulder and facial injuries and something else or whatever, because she got run over by a car after being manhandled by an escaped murderer. Guess what these people are having to do now?
I don't know.
They have set up a GoFundMe to pay for her medical expenses because she doesn't have any insurance. In the United States of America, these poor people, they might be refugees from Vietnam in the 70s, right? That have come here and have owned this cute, quaint little local fucking restaurant. And this fucking deranged murderer bursts into their place, drags her into a car, trying to kidnap her, runs her over with the car. And the restaurant's going to be closed for a week. It's a crime scene. She's in the hospital. And because they have no insurance, because they're self-employed and own their own business, and I get, the whole thing in the United States of America, they're now setting up a GoFundMe to pay for this poor woman. For her medical bills. How the fuck does that work? Somebody needs to, Stephen Pinu. I mean, these poor people. But again, in the United States of America, you can have all the guns you want. And everybody else can too. And if a murderer kidnaps you, fuck you. You still ain't getting the health care. I couldn't believe that.
In a sense, I can't believe it, but in a sense, it's completely believable with the way things are going today.
Completely believable. So let's start. Can you just get health care in the United States if you're the victim of a crazed, deranged, psychopath's crime fucking spree? Maybe could that pass the Republicans, you think? Anyway, I'd like to say from murder and kidnapping, happy wedding. Congratulations to Jacob and Sarah, who are getting married on August 6th in Evansville, Indiana. And if that doesn't narrow it down enough for you, I'm sorry, you should know who you are because you Jacob and Sarah, probably Jacob. I don't know whether Sarah had any foretold knowledge of this situation, but Jacob invited me and Stacy and Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn was written in pen to their wedding on August 6th in Evansville. We can't make it, honestly, but we appreciate you inviting Harley. She actually was trying to get a date, and she was going to come, but so far it hadn't worked out. We'll let you know. But happy congratulations, Jacob and Sarah, on your wedding. Would you like to wish Jacob and Sarah, specifically Jacob, because once again, if Sarah hears this, you invited a dog to our fucking wedding?
Mazel tov, Jacob and Sarah, although there was no invite for Swami, so in a sense, go to hell.
Isn't that what Mazel tov means?
Doesn't mean go to hell.
What does it mean? What am I thinking about?
You think Mazel tov means go to hell? It means congratulations.
Ah, shit. Is that why I was so unpopular with all the Jewish people in the Northeast when I started working up there? I was misinformed. Okay. Well, I need to apologize to some people now. Anyway, you know what's a good wedding present, Brian? I'll just go into this right now. A good wedding present for anybody in your immediate life, whether it be friends, enemies, or people in between, a official Jim Cornette commentator playset from Figures Toy Company. Can you imagine the joy on the particular groom's face or even the particular bride's face?
Why not put it on top of the cake?
Why not put it on top? It'll stand right up on top. And I'm suitably attired as an announcer. It's not a loud manager costume. It's a
groomsman.
It's a black jacket. It's a blue pair of slacks. It's my wonderful accent. I've got the tie, the kerchief. It comes with, I'll have you know, the commentator's desk and 2 microphones and 2 headsets and all the various announcer activity and 2 chairs, by the way. Don't hit him. Don't let anybody hit me with one of these chairs.
Plus, the commentator table doubles as the Cornette's Collectibles merch stand.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, you can handwrite like they used to do on Beverly Hillbillies. You can handwrite little for sale signs and hang it on top of the announcer desk, and then you can sell little copies of my merchandise, and then you can send me a check for 15% of your little profits. But anyway, of course, the bloody variant action figure commemorating the infamous TBS incident where Paul E. cracked me over the head with the racket or with the cell phone. Those sold out, folks, in 36 hours. Now that we've had time to sit back and reflect and look at the statistics, from Saturday at noon, by Sunday at midnight, they were gone. We appreciate that level of interest. Of course, I have mentioned folks in Australia and New Zealand, and we're trying to communicate this to everybody because we're getting a lot of emails. You didn't get fucked on this. Hotchkiss was supposed to let you know in the notice that there would be some held back for you, but you just got the notice that you couldn't order shit to Australia and New Zealand because of all of our mail services being fucked up. But we saved 50 of each figure for folks in Australia and New Zealand, but don't inquire now. Now is not only is the mail situation not fully straightened out, but also now is not a fortunate time to try to order more figures from us because we're trying to take care of these. There are still 500 and something of the commentator play sets available at jimcornette.com. We have gone through, 800 and something of those in the last 6 days. And thank you for your support on those as well. But Australia and New Zealand will let you know when there's an all clear on the mail and some of this chaos dies down, and you can inquire via email, and the Feather Bottoms will be setting y'all up. As far as if you bought anything else from jimcornette.com besides action figures over the last week or two, all of that stuff is done. It's either already in the mail or over the last 7 days or so, Hotchkiss and the Feather Bottoms will be picking that up and starting to ship that within the next couple of days. Because now that we're so fantastically organized, they can divide things out, and I can sign the stuff that's not related to figures and pass that on to them while we're working on figures. It's an amazing procedure. All these Feather Bottoms, they are powering into action. But anyway, and one thing, if you've got multiples of both figures, as a lot of people did, well, give me 2 of those and 3 of those. That caught us a little off guard, and I'm ordering bigger boxes. So some of people that have ordered multiple figures, that will be happening shortly, coming out to you the next week or 2, hopefully. But I got to get bigger boxes. And I should mention there will be a few hundred non-signed bloody variants still available through Figures Toy Company at their Wrestling Superstore. And the way this works, folks, I get the majority of the runs that we're able to get from China. As we've said, this is a slow process. And when they come in, I get the majority for JimCornette.com, probably about 80% of them. Figures Toy Company keeps some for their online commitments and the Wrestling Superstore. But those are running out rapidly now because people have seen they're not going to be able to get any more autographed ones. These are not autographed from Wrestling Superstore because I ain't there. But now, that's if you're going to get some, they have a few hundred, and those seem to be moving pretty swimmingly as well. Anyway, so we're going to fix everybody up here, and all of the first couple of hundred autographed figures should be done. When's this coming out? Last? Is Kippelman still drinking early these days, or is he going to be able to do anything? What about Sharknado? Has he kicked the monkey off his back?
We no longer celebrate day drinking here at Arcadian Vanguard, and this show should be out by Sunday the 10th.
Okay, well then in the next day or so, where was I going with that? Oh yes, the first couple of hundred action figures will be signed and in the hands of the Featherbottoms, ready to ship. So we're starting this process. Thank you, folks, for all of your support. And I got a couple of plugs here real quick. Sean Delaney, I love you. I read your words every night before I go to sleep. Because that's the only time I have to read anymore. We're too busy. Sean Delaney, the host of the 400 Court Street podcast, 400 Court Street, of course, being the street address of the venerable Evansville Coliseum in Evansville, Indiana, that started hosting wrestling back in the 1920s or whatever, and looked it by the time that I got there in the 1970s. But Sean has released another book of 1 year in Evansville's wrestling history. He did 1959. We talked about it several weeks ago. 1960 is about to come out. And he still hasn't told me exactly how you can order this fine publication, but look up the 400, the number 400, Court Street, court as in the place that most people get sentenced in, 400 Court Street podcast. And I love, because I didn't know anything about this part of Evansville's history because it's completely divergent from Louisville. Evansville at this time was part of both the St. Louis and the Indianapolis booking offices. And at different times, one of the other offices would have more sway, and it led to some interesting matchups and booking, and they had their own promoter there, Leon Balkan. So anyway, that one was very interesting. And also, there's excitement in the air, Brian. Number 2, from Mike Rogers, the interviews that he's done with some of the Portland wrestling superstars over the years. Well, these are done years ago, but they've been combined in book form now. And it's volume 2 of Excitement in the Air. And well, you just got one. You go to eatsleepwrestle.com, John Cosper's site, right?
Oh, I don't know. I went to Amazon. But I guess you can go there too.
Well, you can go to, then it's on Amazon. So we know that much. But it's got the imprint of John Cosper's publishing empire over here, eatsleepwrestle.com. Just in case you want to check it out before you make the leap to spend all this money on something that you'll love and cherish forever.
Well, it's your show.
Why do you keep saying that? All right, and also we will, again, we always try to call attention when we need to clarify or correct anything. It's so seldom because I hardly ever make a mistake, but in this case, I didn't make a mistake. I just asked a question, and you didn't know the answer. Apparently now, 7,432 people have told us the answer, which means that many people cared more than we did. But nevertheless, I asked what in Cody Rhodes' music, when he came out at WrestleMania, I could hear that in the right before the intro of the music, there was a quote by him. He was saying something. I could recognize it was his voice. It was a statement. It's the live crowd reacted to it. I could not hear what it was on the TV feed. Right?
Right.
And I asked you what it was. You didn't really hear it either. I thought that was I said, well, we need to find out what it was, right? We didn't go on a months-long campaign. I wish Jerry Lewis could have done this job on the muscular dystrophy telethon, and we've eradicated that disease. Just from that innocuous remark, thousands of people contributed the information that what Cody is saying, the pithy statement that he's making, is wrestling has more than one royal family. Okay, well, good. And that fits his deal. And I'm happy to hear that, except you would have thought that we had asked the fucking lyrics to Happy Birthday. It was like everybody was like, well, don't you know, well, he's been using this for ages. This many people, Cody has gotten more people into his music than Chris Jericho has. They were offended that we didn't know what that statement was, that we did not know Cody Rhodes' entrance music word for word or the history behind it. Apparently, this is the music that he had done for himself when he left the WWE back 2016 or whatever, and has used it before that and has brought it to AEW. So it was music that he already had that Tony Khan allowed him to use, which is why he was able to take it with him. And now, most notably, you can tell how bad Vince wants somebody by the little things that he usually won't go for just to stay in control. So if he said, okay, he can bring his music in, he can have his name, he can write his own story, Vince is behind this. And the music is the biggest tell for me. But that's how Cody's able to have taken his music with him and etc. But is that a major offense that we were not fully familiar with the history and lineage of Cody's entrance song, Brian? Is that a major faux pas that we made?
You know, I was just before we started recording working on the Cody and Brandy and AEW omnibus. Yes, it's coming. It's a mighty omnibus.
They won't quit adding to it.
But all those reviews, all those segments, everything we talked about, we never ever picked up on the mumbling at the beginning. And it sounds like mumbling when I'm watching on TV and I just hear, what did he say? I don't know. I don't even know if it was him. But everyone else apparently knew. And they were quite upset that we didn't know. I had someone accuse me of being a liar. They're like, you're lying. You know what it says. I'm like, why?
Well, and
of all the things to lie about, that's what I'm going to start lying about?
Yeah, well, you know, they've got us there. You know, obviously, we just wanted to deny this knowledge. No, now I've heard conflicting reports, and some people have tweeted that, well, he's used different edits. Sometimes it was there at the first, and they changed it. It's there, but it was in Ring of Honor, whatever. The point is, if I couldn't hear it on WWE's WrestleMania pay-per-view mix, and I will admit, since I got hit by lightning that time, it's been almost 30 years. I get the ringing every once in a while, the tinnitus in the ear. And I'm not, you know, it's sometimes I can't pick out everything. But if I couldn't hear it on the WrestleMania pay-per-view feed mix, I'm not going to hear it on Ring of Honor's production, and probably not hear it on AEW's. And again, I'm wondering, where is this people that have been in the building because it's clearer there, or are they going and searching out unfettered access to Cody's music with just the clean track on the internet with no crowd screaming or whatever? Is that how they're doing it?
Well, here's a bigger question. What other royal families does Cody Rhodes accept as being royal families. There's more than one. Okay, who are they?
Well, I would think he would have to accept Lord Blears' family.
Lord
because
Blears?
after all, well, yeah, Lord Blears.
Of course.
Because after all, Lord Blears was very integral to the AWA and Vern Gagne, who begat, the Dusty Rhodes era there in the AWA. I'm sure they were close, so he's got to recognize Lord Blears. Of course, Dusty worked with the Sheik a lot, so maybe, he would recognize Lord Layton's family, right?
What about the Sheik? The noble Sheik. Is that technically royalty?
Well, yeah, but at the same time, no, I think we're just going for lords. I think we've got to
Not
protect...
even kings. Not even kings.
Not even kings. 'Cause, there was heat between Dusty and Lawler, when Dusty ran Great American Bash right next to the Mid-South Coliseum there in Memphis, didn't have Lawler on the card. There was heat there, so I think kings are out. And also King Cobra, there was heat there.
There was heat
King
between
Crow.
Well, hold on. There was heat between King Cobra and who?
I'm just making this up now.
Oh, what about Lord Alfred Hayes?
I was going to say Lord Alfred Hayes, the beloved. You would have to recognize Lord Alfred Hayes, so I think he's going to recognize Lord Layton, Lord Alfred Hayes, Lord Blears, and what about Lord Littlebrook?
He had a tag team named the Royal Family. You got to include him.
Well, there you go, because there's more than one royal family in wrestling. And then now that we're recognizing Jack Victory and Rip Morgan, but you know what the problem was? The problem was, Brian, with that music, I couldn't hear clearly. I couldn't hear it clearly because it was on TV, and it was being played in the arena, and there was distractions. I wasn't getting the clean, clear, original sound. I didn't have it on my Raycon wireless earbuds. That's what the problem was. I would have been able to hear every tone, every note, every word, every lyric. I would have been able to hear nothing but the music there that I was trying to listen to, or the program that I was trying to concentrate on, because I would have my Raycon wireless earbuds in my ears, and they won't fall out. So you're not going to hear nothing except what's playing over your Raycon wireless earbuds, unless you activate the awareness mode. And then all of a sudden, you're going to hear that horn blowing, and you're going to have time to jump, because the Raycons have an awareness mode, because they don't like to see their customers run down by trains, planes, cars, boats, motorcycles, or any other type of conveyance. Folks, the Raycon wireless earbuds, we know they sound great. We know they're half the price of other premium audio brands. We know they've got 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life. Some of you may not even live that long. Charge these things up and run them down to one of you quits. But now they won't fall out of your head. There's no sticks, no stems, no wires, no ropes, no series of elaborate trusses that you need to use to keep these in your ears and on your head. You just put them in and they don't fall out. You can shake hard enough to give yourself brain damage. Hang upside down. Do the Watusi like My Little Lucy. Do the trapeze at the circus. Your Raycons will still be in your head when you fall to the ground 60 feet below. And then they won't pop out, because Raycons are a marvel of modern engineering. So they sound great. They look great. They cost great. And you'll always be able to hear. They cost great. They're half the price of this other dreck and sludge that people get foisted on them. And these things work right. And they won't fall out. Right now, if you go to buyraycon.com, that's BUYRAYCON.com/JCE, our listeners can get 15% off their orders. Whatever you want to buy a pair and a spare, and then a spare pair. As many as you want to buy, they'll send them to you, and you'll save 15%. Buyraycon.com/JCE. That's because they like us, because they know that we love them, and you will love them too. Why, you'll almost tantalize yourself into a state of blissful ecstasy when you insert these into your orifices. Your ear orifices.
Just your ears.
Just your ears. That's the only orifice. Well, If you've got
That's the only orifice for these.
If you've got exceptionally big nostrils, then they might fit. And then at the same time, you'd be able to figure out, can you hear through your nose, Brian? Is that something you can do?
Well, you'd probably get some vibration, but you could definitely still hear probably what's happening in your nose through your ears while it's happening.
If you stick the Raycon wireless earbuds up your nose,
don't do that.
And then it tickles you, and because of the vibration, and it makes you sneeze, I bet you they won't fall out. Of course, then that may damage your brain somehow. If you've got your nose completely airtight plugged and you sneeze, the backlash and backwash could fucking jam your medulla oblongata up against your pericranium and lead to a splintered liver. So don't do that.
On behalf of the show and our sponsor, only use these in your ears where they will work fantastically and they won't fall out. And that's the only place they should be put. Raycon.com.
Well, you can put them in
your... Or buyraycon.com.
Buyraycon, yes, .com. You can put them in your dresser drawer, or you can put them in your pocket, or you can put them in your purse.
Well, that's true.
Or you can put them in your car. You doesn't just got to put them in your ears.
I knew you were going to go with Raymond J. Johnson.
All righty then.
Raycon.
All right, but before we get to some of the actual wrestling programs, we have to just check back in for a moment on the highest rated program involving wrestling currently on television, which is a 30-minute situation comedy about the childhood of a famous pro wrestler, which draws more viewers than every wrestling program. Young Rock. I love The Rock. I have so much respect for The Rock, his talent, what he's done. He's a great actor. He's an action movie star. He was a great wrestler. He's a huge box office draw. He's a fantastic talker. He's done all these things. He's a friend to furry woodland creatures. He gives people trucks, and in his spare time discovers cures for cancer. And he is
he doesn't. Whoa. He gives people trucks. You can end there.
Okay. In this show, he's probably the only, well, I won't say the only bright spot, but he can get away with this, any rotten material or any thing that would raise an eye if anybody else, he can get away with it somehow because of his demeanor, his delivery, whatever. But I don't know if this is an entertaining show to non-wrestling fans or fans of modern wrestling who don't know who any of these people were. These are obviously, somebody goes, well, now Cornette's trying to tell The Rock what his childhood was like. No, I know these stories because I know some of these people, and the element of these stories is in there, the truth, and then the writers of the actual sitcom, which is apparently not Dwayne Johnson, that writes the entire script, have taken these little germs, these little amoebas of truth, and have created a world of wrestling that they think took place. And it's driving me out of my mind. It's driving me to distraction. This was the 1987 Memphis episode that I just saw from a couple of days ago, where Young Rock, and this is true, had ended up, Rocky Johnson got booked for Jerry Jarrett and Jerry Lawler in Memphis. It was that his last major run in a territory of any note, Brian Last?
Yeah, and I didn't see the episode, so I'm gonna guess they didn't go into why that run ended and why that was the end of Rocky Johnson for a while.
No, but the point is, and also he'd been in the business. He was in his late 40s at that point, I think. So this was it wasn't like
he was 2 years off WWF TV.
Yeah. So anyway, it's 1987, and the story is true that they moved there from Hawaii to Nashville, and Rocky Johnson did not follow through on, as the show says, his promises to get him an apartment. Dwayne was living with downtown Bruno in a cheap hotel in Nashville and going to bars with him, and etc. That part is true. But suddenly, they're in Memphis here. They're in the Channel 5 studio, WMC Television. And The Rock leads to it with, well, my dad was in Memphis working on Jerry Lawler's show. So they're in the Channel 5 studio, and Rocky Johnson is wrestling against the actor portraying Jeff Jarrett.
Really?
Yes. And Jeff Jarrett is being managed by Downtown Bruno in 1987 in Memphis. The son of the promoter, Jeff Jarrett, the guy that was being, besides Jerry Lawler, being pushed as the top babyface in the company that wouldn't turn heel until he went to the WWF 6 years later.
He was a rookie. It was his rookie year.
He was a rookie, and they had the plans to push him to the top as a babyface, but no, he wasn't wrestling against Rocky Johnson. Rocky was a babyface also. Jeff Jarrett was not managed by Downtown Bruno because Jeff wasn't a heel. But here's the part. They pan over to the announcer. The announcer in the Channel 5 studio wearing a bad suit and looking like a hippie car salesman is Jerry Lawler. Jerry Lawler's the announcer on the show. They thought because The Rock said that his father was working on Jerry Lawler's show, that Jerry Lawler was the host of the show and was the announcer.
I'm confused. Are you saying that Jerry Lawler played the role of the announcer on the show?
I'm saying that some fucking bum that has dark hair and an unkempt suit, and I've never seen Lawler go on television looking like this in my life, is playing Jerry Lawler, who they allege was the announcer of the Memphis wrestling program, instead of the main event star, the top guy in the whole territory. He's calling the action.
You say you never saw him dressed like that. I know exactly what they probably saw to base that. The angle where he dressed up like Lance and Lance dressed up like Lawler. That's the way Lawler was dressed, the way you just described.
No, but this also, I mean, the hair and the fucking, no. It was like if you went to the Wartburg County Fair and you asked everybody under 50, try to imitate Jerry Lawler. We're going to pick out the one that looks most like him. This is the guy you would have got out of 25 drunk rednecks in Wartburg. If I was Lawler, I would be calling Stephen P. New to sue right now because he wasn't a good announcer. He didn't have a good voice. His hair was a mess. And yeah, so Lawler is the announcer on the show. And then in the middle of, and then they come back the next week and Rocky is wrestling Bam Bam Bigelow. Because Bam Bam Bigelow is there. He's been sent down by Vince McMahon to get some experience so Vince can bring him up and make him a star. Would you care to dissect that fucking piece of history?
That's actually true, except instead of Vince McMahon sending him down there, it was more like Larry Sharp thought, I'm going to get rich quick with this guy.
Yeah.
And brought him to Memphis.
Yes. And
he was not on I shouldn't say he wasn't on Vince's radar yet, because Paul Heyman was already doing stuff with him at Studio 54, but he was not involved with the WWF at all.
But also he's Crusher Yurkoff.
No, he was Bam Bam Bigelow in Memphis.
No, in this show, in Young Rock, he's Crusher Yurkoff.
They called him that on the show?
I think they introduced him. Hey, there's Crusher Yurkoff.
Because that was his name in World Class,
in World Class, because George Scott wanted a fucking Russian. But so Rocky Johnson's in the studio wrestling Bigelow now. And they fall out of the ring and grab a headlock and go over to the side of the studio. And they're talking to Young Rock while they're supposedly wrestling and the referee's counting and everything. They have a 2-minute sidebar. While the people in the studio apparently don't notice this is happening at all. It's like a cliche or a trope, as the kids like to use the word, of somebody who hates wrestling or thinks it's a joke. That's what you would write in. Oh, and they stop and have a conversation. And then Lawler, the announcer, comes over and says, hey, you guys okay? I heard the claps going around. Hope you don't have that. Watch your junk. What happened?
That was the actual dialogue?
Yes. like any of this would ever have been able to possibly happen in the Memphis studio in the middle of a match and nobody noticed. And it doesn't. I will say, and also Rocky, Downtown Bruno, who is my favorite, I think, he's stealing the show. This guy that plays Downtown Bruno, he's 70 pounds bigger than the real one because he's got to go 180, 185. He's got big arms and a big chest, but he talks almost like Bruno. He's just twice as heavy as Bruno, but he's stealing the show for me. But he was there to thank Rocky Johnson for getting him booked in Memphis.
Huh?
Uh-huh. That's why the story in the show is that Downtown Bruno was an old family friend. And Rocky got him booked in Memphis, and that's why that he entrusted young Dwayne to Bruno's care. In actuality, Bruno was the lowest manager on a totem pole in the Memphis territory and was just the guy to help drive everybody around and et cetera, et cetera. But Bruno got booked in Memphis on his own fucking hustle by he was doing outlaw shit in West Virginia and Pennsylvania because he was from Pittsburgh, down the street from Brian Hildebrand. To Brian Hildebrand's everlasting consternation, Bruno got a spot in Memphis before he did as a manager because that's what he wanted. But
with his gimmick.
With his gimmick. But the problem was, whereas Brian Hildebrand was probably a better worker than most of the guys on the roster, he wasn't that great a heel promo, whereas Bruno was 100 pounds soaking wet with rocks in his pockets and couldn't really work at all, but he could talk his ass off. But I don't think Rocky Johnson was involved in that equation. But that's the Memphis history we're learning on NBC from Young Rock. Don't look at it to take notes. Just try to be entertained. That won't work either because the material's rotten.
It's just bizarre how little tidbits would be thrown in, like Crusher Yurkoff. Of all the things that don't need to be brought up in a wrestling scene, it's the bad gimmick he had in World Class in 1986. It's just bizarre.
Well, and also, by the way, now that we should go back and look, or maybe ask Mark James, who knows everything that ever happened in Memphis, was Bigelow there at the same time Rocky Johnson was?
I would have to go back and check. Bigelow was there in 87, right?
Well, this is 87. And then modern day Rock, as he's running for president, as his old schoolmate that he had problems with in grade school is now an internet troll trying to take down his presidential candidacy. And I would say that's the biggest stretch of the truth, that some fucking asshole nobody yahoo on the internet, unknown to anybody, could actually make any difference in anything or do anything big or important. But then I realized, yeah, that's the whole world these days. So that's actually probably pretty documentary-like. Young Rock. And scene. Your thoughts on...
It's such an awful show, and I don't even think it's an entertaining show. It's not even a good show beyond the bastardization of actual documented history. But I am intrigued to see this Memphis scene. How did the set look? Was it the studio? I mean, did they try to mimic the studio?
They got the background curtain almost exactly the right shade. And nothing else looked like the Memphis studio. I mean, it looks like a TV studio, but it wasn't laid out for any accuracy or replication or whatever of the Memphis studio besides the gold/yellow curtain.
All right, I'm actually quietly in the background looking through Memphis results to see if Rocky Johnson and Bam Bam Bigelow coexisted. And they may have, because here's Rocky Johnson's there in the summer of 87. I don't see Bam Bam on these shows, though.
Who's Rocky Johnson wrestling in Memphis in the summer of 87?
Bill Dundee and Rocky Johnson defeated Pat Tanaka and Paul Diamond via disqualification, June 29th, 87, Memphis.
Yeah, the Bad Company, top heel team of the era.
The week before, they also wrestled Pat Tanaka and Paul Diamond. And that seems to be around the time Rocky Johnson would have come in. And I'm not seeing... Bam Bam had just been in there But I'm not calling The Rock a liar, maybe. I'm just going based on this.
Something else. I'm thinking of something else. I'll tell this story because fuck it. And somebody will get upset about it, but nobody meant anything by it. So it was, I'm going to say 1978 or 79-ish that Rocky Johnson came into Memphis. He was in and out of Memphis for over 10 years because he got over and people liked him, right? Big baby face. So in this case, Bill Dundee, is another top baby face and is similar situation. Rocky Johnson is coming in as a big tag team partner to help Dundee with these heels that he's had a problem with. And so there's Dundee and Rocky, and they're doing we did local promos in front of just a black sheet on the wall in the Memphis Mid-South Coliseum on Monday nights, and they played in Louisville or in Nashville or in Evansville or whatever town was being promoted. So this is the one in Nashville, and I have this on tape somewhere. Dundee's cutting a promo. He says, and I called up the soul man Rocky, and Rocky had just been working, by the way, I want to say in the Florida territory for Eddie Graham. So he said, I knew I had to get even. I knew I needed somebody to watch my back against these guys. So I called up the soul man, Rocky Johnson. He's down there in Florida. He's laying out on the beach. He's working on his tan. And I said, hey, soul man, come on up here and fight these guys with me. And Rocky Johnson heard working on my tan, and he starts busting up, trying not to fucking, they're supposed to have the mean face on. And Dundee don't know what he's fucking said. And he's going right on, and Rocky chewing his lip and and finally he said, yeah, that's right. And because Rocky was from Canada originally anyway, right? Ontario.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't know this then. A lot of the fans used to make fun of this here in Louisville, I know, at the matches at the Gardens. And we didn't know this was a Canadian thing, but Rocky was announced from Houston, Texas, the soul man from Houston, Texas, Rocky Johnson. But every time he would say the word mouth, like one of his standard interview lines was, you've been running your mouth off about me, right? But he would say, Jerry Lawler, you've been running your mouth off. What? You've been running your mouth off. And every once in a while he'd come out with a boot. And you would go, what the fuck? We had no idea he was from Canada till long after he had stopped appearing here. But he didn't like people running their mouth off. Anyway.
Well, one last note here. There may be some overlap. The closest answer I've been able to find is March 22nd, 1987, Memphis. The main event, Lawler and Bam Bigelow defeated Tommy Rich and Austin Idol in a Texas death match. The next week, show canceled due to bad weather. And my chair is squeaking. The week after that, no Bam Bigelow, but Soul Train Jones and Rocky Johnson defeat Big Bubba and Goliath to win the Southern Tag title.
Oh my God, okay. And that makes sense also because Soul Train Jones was Virgil for the people who, it became Virgil later. For the people who are not aware of that, but Big Bubba and Goliath, Big Bubba was Typhoon, Fred Ottman, the Shockmaster.
Yeah.
And he had been wrestling as Big Bubba in San Antonio for the Southwest Wrestling promotion for, I don't know if it was Blanchard or Fred Barron by that time or whatever. But he came in, but Goliath was this huge 7-foot guy or nearly close to from Pittsburgh that was also friends with Brian Hildebrand. And it came with part of the package with Downtown Bruno because at that point, Jarrett was going, fuck, I'm casting my net for some talent. Let's see what we can get in here. We need to change the faces. And, they weren't going to get into Crockett. They weren't going to get into the WWF. So they were, Memphis was agreeable. You could be in and out of there in 2 weeks. If they liked you, you could stay 3 years. If you weren't, or they didn't, you could stay 2 weeks. So that's when all those guys from Pittsburgh that have been working those independent shows showed up at about that time.
Well, there it is. Young Rock.
Well, should we go from the Young Rock to the Young Rhodes? What do you think?
It's an interesting transition. Sure.
Young Rock, Young Rhodes. I'll just young roll over the Raw review. Now, and let's go ahead and talk about, because we got to get this started. And thank God I have notes. 3 hours of Raw from Monday, 2 hours of NXT from Tuesday, 2 hours of AEW from Wednesday. And as I said, these were the best, consistently the best shows from either one or both of these companies. They still had some stinkers, but there was more of the good stuff and less of the bad stuff than they've done. So I'm glad I have notes to remind me. But the big open on the Raw after WrestleMania, here's another sign that Vince McMahon is all the way on board with this. The Raw after WrestleMania, the first segment, that's the thing. That's what's on Vince's mind. That's what he wants everybody to be thinking about going forward. And that's Cody Rhodes right now. They have given him the everything, including the no brown M&Ms so far. Right after a, big hot WrestleMania package, the editors even managed to cover the stunner on Vince McMahon with some kind of, I won't even call it artistry, maybe wizardry of editing. And they concentrated on the two biggest things, which was Austin and Owens and Brock and Roman. And then here comes fucking Cody. They've even built him his own ramp. Describe that for the people, Brian. What were we looking at that Cody was? I mean, anybody that comes out of a box is over. We know that. But they built him a box and a ramp to the box because their stage is not built to raise anybody through it, I guess.
Well, Cody's decided no matter what, he's never, ever just going to walk through an entranceway again. He always has to rise up through the floor, no matter where he is. But even if there are complications like, let's say, no spot in this very expensive ramp for you to rise up through.
There's no hole in the floor.
We always hear about the miracles that WWE's creative department, the production department, the things they could do. They've created a special box that apparently propels Cody Rhodes up, and then he walks down the smallest ramp you've ever seen. Now, you don't see all of this because they try to hide it with the way they film it, and they do a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Beyond that, it's preposterous, but it gives the effect that Cody's trying to get.
And he got it. And the people, I mean, he could have stepped out of a goddamn coffee pot, and they would, yeah, it's Cody. I think this is working with that audience, because either they don't like AEW, so they're glad to see, one of the defectors, or they've just bought into the story, or it's just newsworthy, or whatever the case. But from the time he comes down that teeny tiny little ramp and that teeny tiny little, was the teeny tiny little woman? That was a book we used to read in second grade. There's the facial expression, and he's blowing kisses, and the pyro blows off, and he's milking it, and the people are into him. And Cody, welcome back. More milking, Cody. So what do you guys want to talk about? It works, and he looks more like a big time deal in this environment with this production and this level of attention to detail and this indulgence from the boss, because he's obviously written his own story. This is not the WWE creative team. Everything's him. It's his name, which he got the rights to from him a few years ago, right? It's his story. It's about his family. It's his style. It's his entrance. It's his music. Vince McMahon is running with this. And he was over with this crowd. And the promo, he's performing again. He said it was the story is heartfelt, because the story is the story. He's performing, and it flows right off his tongue. Time will tell whether he sounds, as we talked about, is he got the Dusty Rhodes touch of the common man? I identify with that guy. He's like me. He's a redneck, came into money or whatever. It's like, I wish I was. If I haven't come into money yet, that's what people would be thinking. Cody's a little highfalutin, but they were with this story. And he showed the picture of Dusty. Now we know. Remember when he made the remark on AEW television, I just wanted the belt they took away from my daddy in the garden?
Yep.
Remember that?
I do.
We didn't understand what the fuck was going on AEW television. Belt he took from his daddy in the garden. Well, because Dusty never held that belt, but actually, obviously, they did a fucking gimmick finish and he held it up for the crowd and got a picture. So Cody has been creating this backstory, but he didn't tell it all on AEW. Why didn't he tell it on AEW television? He had 2 years to do what he wanted. Was he saving this? He mentioned it, but they never went into it. They never made a vow. They never showed the picture. He never told the story about it, which was true, that it was on Dusty's, table in his bedroom until the day he died. Was he saving this someone? Because it's classic wrestling. This is a great wrestling story. I'm going to win the WWE title for my father. That was the one thing that he never achieved in wrestling, but he had a brief glimpse of it 45 years ago, and here's the picture. This is and it started, I think he was putting his best effort into crying. And he could get a little puddle in the eyes, but the cheeks wouldn't water up. And I was afraid, but as he got into the story and he got a little feedback from the people, he seemed to settle down and get a little realer into it.
There was someone who tweeted out from, I think, the Agogo promo, when he cried there, it was the same. It wasn't just, it was like the same motion. Like he moved his head the same way. Like it was like a technique. Like this is something I learned in acting school. It's ridiculous. And that's the one complaint I have about this whole thing. Everyone ate it all up. I thought he was getting too performy again.
I think that's his natural inclination, but I think this story is so good, maybe he'll settle down and realize that the best way to tell it is as real as possible and not as necessarily as dramatically as possible. But the point of the people are still chanting, you can do it. You can do it. So Cody Rhodes' mission in the WWE, imagine this. Imagine how hard this is for any human being to understand. He's proud of his father, and he wants to achieve for his father in his name the one thing that his father never did on behalf of his fans, his family, and himself. Holy shit! That's so complicated. Who can possibly understand that?
Well, I'll tell you what, though. It does say something about the way Cody and Tony Khan allowed Cody to get boxed in with that stipulation in the first days of AEW on Dynamite, where he was never going to challenge for the world title again. It's the first thing he's challenging for now that he's there.
Well, and now one can try to dissect and wonder why that stipulation was done to begin with, because obviously it wasn't against Cody's will. And at the time, a lot of people figured, well, here's the thing. Cody's probably wanting to try to get heat off of himself by, even though he's an executive vice president, he doesn't want the title to be all about him. He'll be over here with the TV title and not hog the single spotlight. We can let Twinkle Toes do that, the other EVP. But now, in hindsight, since everything else about this is fitting classic wrestling logic, if you were Cody Rhodes in AEW, knowing that the big angle, big story, big run of your life that you dream of is winning the WWE world title in memory of your father, would you want to win another world title before that? A lesser world title, a secondary world title, muddy the water. Cody's already been a world champion. Takes the edge off of it. Or would you have said, well, I'll create a situation where I don't look bad for not winning the world title because I'm not allowed to challenge for it, and I'll go over here and win this belt a couple of times. But that's always in my back pocket that I've never been the world champion. So no, this can still be an untouched angle. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
He thinks like an old timer.
Well, to an extent.
To an extent. I think is some of his family periphery thinks like new timers. But anyway, this it was a great wrestling story and an interview and a way to lay everything out to understand exactly what this guy is doing here and what his motivation is, what his goals are. That's Wrestling 101. And the only thing I really didn't understand was then they play Seth Rollins' music. He comes out in the pink suit that, as JR would say, he got at Liberace's garage sale. And he danced and he swam and he sashayed and all of his movements into the ring. And they shake hands, and then he leaves. Okay, yes, the announcers are saying, well, Seth Rollins has even earned respect for Cody Rhodes. But do we really give a shit who an obnoxious heel who's got the shit kicked out of him the last 5 times we've seen him respects? Or, I mean, where's Seth going? He was a heel.
Well, the fans take to that character. Yeah, well, the fans take to that character as a babyface.
What? I don't even know what that character is. Just a slobbering madman. Is that the way he turns babyface after getting the shit kicked out of him by just, okay, you kicked the shit out of me. I'll shake your hand. Everybody else kicked shit out of me. I didn't shake their hands. So you're special. I didn't understand that part. But
well, nothing else makes sense because let's take a step back. The road to WrestleMania included Seth Rollins having no match.
Yeah.
And then losing to set up a match where he would once again lose. And then he shook that man's hand.
Yes.
I think in the way that nothing makes any sense nowadays, that's a babyface turn.
Well, he is at least polite about losing. Right? He doesn't let it eat him up inside. But you know what? Overall, this is the best thing I think that Cody Rhodes has ever done for his career is pull this off where he can go back to the WWE, the place that he left 8 years ago to, what was it, 6 years ago to prove them wrong. And in the process got swept up in all the hysteria and became an EVP and all the other stuff, but goes back in with exactly the angle that he's written, that he wants to do under his own name with his own music, and Vince has given him everything. This is reversal, as Lance Russell used to say. I mean, he couldn't have scripted this, written this. He couldn't even have painted this any better if he painted a picture of it, Brian.
Well, I don't know about Cody doing the painting, but we know other people that can handle that painting for him.
Well, that's exactly right, folks. And I'll tell you what, if you would like a painting of some great time in your life, some memorable occasion, some landmark event, some family milestone or personal triumph, you can do it. All you've got to do is consult the people at paintyourlife.com because, of course, we've been talking about these folks for years. They are one of our favorite sponsors. And as you know, the gimmick is they can take any photograph or combination of photographs and put them together in a world-class, custom-made, hand-painted portrait that you can hang on your wall or put in your dungeon or crawl space, wherever you'd like to reflect on it. And remember these memories. You can send any picture of yourself, your kids, your family, a special place, a lost beloved one, a cherished pet, even an action shot of you in whatever action you deem necessary that you want to take in this painting. We're not ones to judge, folks. It's kids playing. It could be kids playing. It could be wholesome, or there could be a dark side to that photo. We're not trying to tell you what to do. But you take that picture, you go to paintyourlife.com, you look, it's a user-friendly platform and they make it easy to order that custom-made hand-painted portrait. And then one of these artists, and the Feather Bottoms, as a matter of fact, do a little work for Paint Your Life because it's hand-painted and each one of them has one hand. So one of these one-handed artists will take it over from there and they will paint this hand-painted portrait, and then they will send it to you. It's incredible, and there's no risk. If you don't love the final painting, your money is refunded, guaranteed. And right now, as a limited time offer, you can get 20% off your painting and free shipping if you text the word DRIVE, D-R-I-V-E, to 64,000. That's DRIVE to 64,000 for 20% off and free shipping. And as we mentioned, go to paintyourlife.com to see all the available things that you can do here and make them up. You're only limited by your photographs. Let's say, for example, you've got pictures of Aunt Fanny's gallbladder surgery. Maybe they could even do a collage of that on the wall. You could see her pre-surgery, post-surgery. She looked 5-10 pounds lighter after she got that inflamed gallbladder out, so she'll probably thank you for that. Regardless, paint your life. Celebrate the moments that matter most, like gallbladder surgeries. Message and data rates may apply. Terms apply. Available at paintyourlife.com/terms.
All right. /terms.
/terms. All right. You know, advertising can stick things in your memory. From when I was a kid, I remember the public service announcement that constantly had you writing for information to Chicago, Illinois, 60609. I remember the zip code to Chicago, 60609. Paint your life, 60609. So next on Raw, Naomi and Sasha grappled with Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan. I must say I do love the new designs on Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan, the new fashions they're wearing. They seem like they have a tag team tone continuity there. They're different outfits, but they mesh together well. Unfortunately, these girls didn't mesh together well. All of a sudden, everybody just started doing everything to everybody. And Naomi beat up Rhea Ripley while the other two disappear. Have you noticed now in tag team matches, there's just times where the guys or girls or entities on the aprons, supposed to be on the apron, will just be down on the floor selling until it's time for them to run in and do something. They're not on the apron. It's so distracting and off-putting to see a tag team match where you're wondering, where's the other two? They should be in plain sight. They fucking disappeared. There's nothing going on that they shouldn't be able to see. They're just not there. Yeah, they went to the break. And then Rhea Ripley was on Naomi. Ripley's offense and selling is excellent. And I would love to see her in singles matches against the more major single stars, but she's always in a tag team. At least her partner here is a little bit more professional looking than the last one, Nikki Ass. But anyway, a couple more disappeared, but then they came back and suddenly they dumped Rhea Ripley on the floor and double teamed Liv and beat her 1, 2, 3. And I'm like, again, what? One of these things is not like the other. And somebody said to me the other day, so what do you think, Rhea Ripley looks like a movie star? Well, I said, not like a goddamn Marilyn Monroe, Lana Turner movie star. Talking about like an action movie star. She looks like she ought to be being dropped from a helicopter and kicking the shit out of people and swinging from grappling hooks off skyscrapers, firing machine guns. And that's how she ought to be wrestling. And she's with people half her size in tag teams doing bullshit. But at least in this case, she walked out on Liv Morgan afterwards, so maybe they're breaking up or whatever. But did you see any of this?
I skipped this match only because I needed to grab food from the kitchen at some point in the show.
Yeah.
But I like Liv Morgan.
Couldn't have during a commercial. We know that much.
Right.
No way you need to leave the the TV while a commercial is going on to go to the kitchen to make sure you don't starve to death.
But yes, I'm well fed.
Yeah, I'm well fed. Okay, here comes Kevin Owens. And I'll tell you what, I loved this. I loved this fucking promo. He was healing and getting his heat back, and he dressed the people down for doing the what? And he hurt himself lifting weights. He had a back injury going into that thing with Austin, but the fans needed him to come through and deliver their WrestleMania moment. He wants it stricken from the record. I mean, this is great heel shit. And I've said it, I'll give credit where credit's due. Physically, he looks like shit, but he can talk. And that's what he did until... And then once again, we go from this great heel promo and this guy. And Steen can carry this off because, as I said, he does sound like he's speaking extemporaneously off the top of his head. And when he reacts to shit, it's, with that puzzled look on his face. So he's done his heel promo and suddenly hears music. And here comes this guy walking down the aisle. And he's clean shaved and he's wearing tights and he's got a oiled bodybuilder's body. He sort of looked like Cliff Compton as a homeless stripper. Didn't he to you, Brian?
That wasn't my initial thought, but
Now
sure.
You're not going to be able to get it out of your mind now. Cliff Compton as a homeless Chippendales dancer. But this guy gets in the ring and Owens looks at him and he said, Elias, is that you? We've been asking, where the fuck did Elias go? Walk with Elias. He walked off, walked out, walked away, wandered away. Haven't seen him. Now he's back, but no, because the guy that Owens thinks is Elias says, I'm not Elias. And the fans say, yes, you are. Yes, you are. He says he's Elias's younger brother, Ezekiel. Owens begs to differ. No. I can see it in your eyes. No, Elias insists he's Ezekiel. Owens says he hates liars. Ezekiel makes fun, or Elias, or whichever one of these fucking guys, makes fun of Owens getting stunned by Austin at WrestleMania. Owens was great here reacting. He's, well, I'll tell you what, Elias or Eric or Enrique or whoever, I'm going to give you to the count of 10 to get out of this ring, get out of my ring, or elsewise, and how did he phrase it? Or else there's going to be trouble, or just or else, right? And then Owens counts 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Help me, Brian. I may be 4, 3, 2, 1. And then he just turns around to Owens and walks out himself. Leave the ring by the time I count 10, or else. We didn't say or else right now, is apparently what the announcer said. So this went from a great heel promo to a guy who's trying to portray his fictitious younger brother, and they had an Abbott and Costello routine over it, and then Owens threatened him, and when he didn't, Enrique didn't do what Owens said he'd do by the count of 10, Owens left. Can you analyze this for me, Brian? Your thoughts on this confrontation?
I liked Owens' promo. When Ezekiel came out, did he already have a Titantron image that said Ezekiel on it?
I didn't notice. No, I don't think he did, because I didn't see that. Because I would have, instead of saying, is that Elias in my head because he looks so odd, I would have been saying, well, why are they calling Elias Ezekiel before he said it?
There are certain people that once they grow in that beard, they should never shave it, ever.
Yeah.
And he kind of had that look. We'll see where they go with this. It's goofy, but at least it has Owens in it because he kind of makes the best of these kind of situations, if we're going to be honest. We'll see where they go. He looks like a completely different person. Is he going to work like a different... I actually don't even remember how Elias works. I remember him playing the guitar. I don't remember him actually wrestling.
Yeah, I don't know that he might have been in a multi-man thing for a minute or two and we didn't pay any attention, but they didn't focus a lot on his proclivity for singles wrestling activity. He's another of these guys. He shaved the beard off, but you can still see where the beard was growing. Is that because it's been there for so long? It's like stained his face, or is he one of these people that, like Vince McMahon, should be shaving with an electric razor 5 times a day because he grows like a chia pet? Or it's very dark, and his chin, it's not an attractive chin. Something about it. He needs some cover.
You know, the rumor, and I don't know how true this is, and I haven't asked anyone, the rumor was that he was going to do something in regular wrestling trunks, and Vince saw what he looked like and said he looks too much like Randy Savage, have him shave.
What?
And he really does look like young Randy Poffo. Like, you look at that baseball photo, and now you look at him that he shaved, he really does kind of resemble him.
Well, maybe he should, if he shaves his head, will they let him grow his beard back? Because Randy Savage wasn't bald. I'm thinking that would be a good trade for him. He needs some hair on his face. He needs a face warmer. If he was a patient in Hell's Pass Hospital in South Park, he'd get a face warmer.
Is it a coincidence that once one guitar player goes down with an injury, the other guitar player pops back up on TV?
Well, you've always got to keep those licks coming. Somebody's got to be out there, you know.
Good answer.
So following on the program, Dominic Mysterio faced The Miz, who is a mystery as to why he's in the wrestling business. And this whole thing was a mystery. Dominic did one spot. Miz caught him and gave him his finish and beat him 1, 2, 3, flattered in 4 o'clock, flattered in a plate full of piss in 30 seconds in front of his father. We'll address that in a second, but there's more. Wait, there's more. Suddenly there was music. And here came Veer Mahan. They've been waiting for Veer Mahan to show up.
That's not his name.
It's what I thought they said at first, though. His name is Veer Mahan. He's veering toward the fucking wrong side of things. He appears, he comes down, he beats up Rey Mysterio, he beats up Dominic, Miz walks off, and so the Mysterios were just in a feature attraction tag team match at WrestleMania, and now Dominic gets beat in 30 seconds by one of the heels that he was in a fucking beef with. And then this other guy comes down and beats up Dominic and his father. Like, you know, what the hell's going on there with them now?
I don't know, but that's the guy. They've been showing his vignette saying that he's coming to Raw for a few months now. And he finally showed up to continue the beatdown of the Mysterios.
Oh, yeah. It was a rib. People on Twitter were like sending him the GPS coordinates of the building where Raw was at and all this other stuff. And here's another thing on Twitter. Some fucking yahoo on one of these fucking goofy sites writes a headline. It says, Veer Mahan makes Dominic submit and comes on Raw or does this or whatever. It was obviously just ridiculously fucking homoerotic. And I retweeted, I said, nobody thought to read this a second time. Right? And make sure that this, you know, should do this. And everybody, oh, Courtney, you didn't get the joke. No, I didn't get the joke because it wasn't funny. Because it's only a joke. It's only funny if somebody actually was stupid enough to do that accidentally. Once you find out they did it on purpose and that's a thing they've been doing, then it's not funny. It's just childish. It's one of those, say, if somebody falls down on purpose, you shouldn't laugh because it's not funny because they did it on purpose. It's only when they slip and bust their ass accidentally that then you should laugh uproariously. But anyway, this wasn't an accident. They beat the Mysterios like rented mules here. Have you ever rented a mule?
I never have. Let me ask you this.
It's hard to get people to take care of them.
Should Rey Mysterio have gone to AEW when he had offers on the table from both companies?
For his career, possibly, but for Dominic's, probably not. I'm sure that's why he didn't go, because he wanted his son to be involved and treated well by the major company. But the people would have loved, the AEW fans especially would have loved Mysterio. I'm sure Tony Khan would have given him a fortune and not hardly wrestle at all, do what he wants. But now he's getting veered by my hind. But I mean, do you think, would AEW even have taken Dominic?
I think they would take anyone.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Under the right circumstance, but I'm not saying that even in a negative way. I'm sure to get Rey Mysterio, they would have signed Dominic, sent him to QT, and tried to get him to be TV ready. There's a lot of people they've rushed on TV that should have never been anywhere near TV or even YouTube yet. But they got him and they use him. So I could see them taking Dominic in this fantasy situation.
The 15-year veterans that we want to see, we can't find them anywhere. Well, actually, next on this program, and we're starting to pick things up here. It was dragging a little bit, but Raw's coming back. Bianca Bel-Air in the ring with the live interview with a hell of a black eye from that flip kick. Holy mackerel. Remember we called that when we saw it, Becky Lynch came off the top with the cannonball type of thing, was going to sit on Bianca's chest and go down, but she was short and she just kicked her right in the face. And the black eye, I think, made a difference in her delivery here. She was emotional. She did a good job here. It wasn't just the smiling, kind of vapid beauty pageant contestant delivery that sometimes she and some of the other girls have. She got emotional here. The fans were chanting, "You deserve it." Her promo was very babyface, and she did a good job here. And that's following what we said. Besides Rollins and Cody, Bianca and, well, I think you like Bianca and Becky better than Rollins and Cody.
I thought it was the better match, and I really like Cody and Rollins, but I thought Bianca and Becky was the best match of WrestleMania.
And obviously Austin and Owens we're talking about as a segment and not an actual match, but that this was very good. And her point was, you people deserved a better champion than Becky Lynch, and I'll be one. And there you go. She'll fight anybody. So now we got that going for us. And speaking of fighting anybody, the NXT title on the line the night after WrestleMania on Raw with a rematch between Braun Steiner and Dolph Ziggler. And they do this a lot. I was happy to see this here because they actually gave them some time, and it's on a show that a lot of people are going to see. And Steiner's just incredible. But back in the old days, the audience at the pay-per-view, or the big show, as they say, the NXT stand and deliver, take out and carry out, or delivery or whatever, would have been pissed. They thought they were going to, that would have been a destination point in the old days to see the big title change. Now they get their pud pulled on the big show, and then they tune into the free TV the following Monday and see the big title match. Folks don't care anymore, do they?
Remember, I said there was no reason to not have him win the title at that event, especially with his dad there. We'll talk about his dad in a little while, I'm sure. And then they turn around. We didn't even know they were going to turn around and just give it away on Raw. That's such an interesting move, I guess, to get more attention on, because more people would watch that match on Raw than on NXT Stand and Deliver, right? Would that be the reasoning?
Well, I'm pretty sure it would be, because they're in a situation where they're still trying to get people on board with the two major programs to watch the NXT show. So that's the only reason I can think of, but it just seems very quick. Wouldn't, I don't know. And I guess they still wanted the people that were in that were in Dallas for the WrestleMania, or the WrestleMania after Raw, that were in Dallas for the Raw after WrestleMania, they still wanted them to see it before they left town, I guess. I don't know. I'm not going to argue because it was great. Because remember, Saturday, the NXT show for the first time exposed that Steiner got misdirected a time or two. But now they've got a chance to do this on TV and go all the way through it. And also they're fully talking about his family now. 2 weeks ago, they couldn't mention his father's name. And now they're talking about his whole family tree. And next week, we'll see his Little League pictures. I agree they should have been doing this all along. Or if not, as we mentioned, there was a way that they could have done it and then utilized Rick Steiner to get some sympathy on Braun Steiner. And in a warped way, that's what they're trying to do, but we'll take it apart here in a few minutes. Steiner needs to raise his arms in the tanning bed. Otherwise than that, he looks fantastic. They opened hot, and Steiner was perfect. Then Ziggler started healing on him. Ziggler has that great elbow drop. It's beautiful and not stiff is all I'm not even going to point out what to look for. Steiner has that quick turnaround power slam thing where if somebody goes for a leapfrog or just jumps up in the air, whatever, he comes in and just grabs them, turns them, and plants them at 100 miles an hour, but safely and in the perfect position. And he's strong enough to catch anybody, it seems like. They went through a break. Steiner's selling good. Ziggler got heat on him. And then Steiner makes a big comeback. Big clothesline. Those fucking high impact moves that he's landed them in good places, but you got to feel that shit. And then Rude distracted for a quick roll up, but Steiner nails Ziggler and then dove way over the top rope and cannonballed Robert Roode. And again, this is not, let's stand around and catch this guy as he runs over and comes and high. It's like this fucking 260-pound freak is flying at you. But he goes back in. Ziggler hits the Famouser, gets a 2 count. And they go back and forth, and Ziggler gets another 2 count with a super kick. And then he goes for another super kick yet, and Steiner hits the big spear, presses him, hits the power slam or the press power slam finish, 1, 2, 3. I'm actually glad in hindsight, all things considered, that they did this here instead of at the big show. Not, the people may have liked it better that attended the big show, but this was a so much better match and more people saw it. And if a lot of people were going to see one of the two of them, this is the one they needed to see. And again, Steiner is just, I can't, would it be back to Kurt Angle and or The Rock before you saw somebody that you just said, holy shit, here we go, like this?
Yeah, I mean, he seems ready to go too. It's weird when you see him on a main roster show like Raw in front of those fans and you hear their reaction, and then he's going to go back to NXT for how long? And why?
Well,
hopefully he'll be up there sooner rather than later.
Well, I can understand why the concept is they want him to go back to NXT and be the big fish in the smaller pond and get seasoning and experience, and that's well and good, and that's what he should be doing, except the problem is now that the seasoning and experience place is on national television. So, again, I'm not seeing yes, he can be portrayed as a top guy in that environment, whereas if he came into the main roster, well, there's stiffer competition and you can't just put Braun Steiner over everybody. But if your developmental is still on television and a lot of people are seeing this and it's available worldwide on the internet for anybody that doesn't see it on television, then you might, if the guy's already on the job training, I don't see what the difference is like you, except the way he might be used. Should we keep him off the main roster just so they don't have time to make a mistake with him this early? But otherwise, he's already, he's on national TV, and he's the next big star in wrestling. Everybody already knows what program he's on. So I'm not sure. I understand the concept of not starting him with the big leagues before he's ready, but he's already in a big league if you're on national TV. So they're going to see him grow up in front of their eyes. Thankfully, he's this good to begin with. And then I just said, well, I'm worried about how he's going to be used on the main roster and not NXT. But when we get to NXT, you'll see how apparently they're going to use him. And that's what I'm worried about. If that makes any sense. A lot of people, the Cornette, they did your thing. No, they did not do my suggestion on NXT. They did a thing involving someone I suggested they do a thing with, but they didn't do my thing.
After they blew through a match they could have built to.
Yeah. That they got that going for them too. They just gave that one away. Anyway, should we go back to Raw?
Should we or will we?
Will we? Well, we should so we can get it over with. No. And the next segment, MVP is in the ring and gives a big introduction to Bobby Lashley. And here comes Lashley, all smiles and happy, and the announcer's putting him over, and he beat the Giant almost all by himself at WrestleMania. And we had just mentioned, we've been talking about where was MVP at WrestleMania, and we felt like we missed something. Lashley was a heel, running the Hurt Business, managed by MVP, hurt locking everybody, gets a concussion, gets eliminated from the Elimination Chamber. We don't see him for a month. He comes out, he's mad at almost, and he points at the WrestleMania sign and smiles. So what chapter of this story were we not privy to? Well, in this case, MVP turned it over to him, and he did his happy promo, which I know Bobby's got a great smile, and what a nice guy, but again, I wish they wouldn't make all the badasses so happy, so smiling and so happy. But he puts almost over, but he knew that he could capitalize on a mistake, and that mistake was made, and that's why he beat old Almost. And then the music hits, and here comes Almost. And I wrote, oh no, it continues. I thought somehow they were just stealing a WrestleMania match out of that thing, and we wouldn't see this again. But no. Almost comes in, and he says, I want my freaking rematch. That was a fluke. Was that about kind of what he said?
I don't know what that voice was, and it's even different than the Almost voice you did last time.
I don't... I like, that was a fluke. But anyway...
Sounds like Colonel De Beers. I don't know what this voice is that you're doing.
Colonel Clink. They stared at each other for a second, and then suddenly MVP just wipes out Lashley from behind. What the fuck? Well, I didn't see that coming, except he had introduced Lashley at the top of the interview with he slayed the Goliath and didn't even need me to help, like that kind of thing, right? And so now MVP kicks the shit out of Bobby Lashley and then puts him up, and Andre, I started to say, God, I wish, Almost puts him in the corner and beats him up in the corner with just the elbows and the knees and everything. MVP's shit looked better than Almost did. And then MVP gave him a nice stiff kick. So now apparently MVP is going to manage Almost and Bobby Lashley are still mad at each other. So this, I don't know about this. We liked Lashley with MVP. MVP's a good talker and a good promo and, looks professional, but can anybody help Almost?
And the other thing is that you didn't say Lashley needs a manager. Hate to say it, but you're right.
Well, yeah.
He looks like a nice guy and he's smiling. He needs someone who's going to sound mean, someone who could be a jerk. He needs that. And they were tremendous together, I thought. I hate that they've broken them up. I had just the other day gone through the WrestleMania review, and you were saying after that match, is that it? How could they ever come back from this? He just beat this guy. Did they give up on him? Apparently not. Apparently the feud started with him losing, and now for some reason that caused him to lose his manager. None of this makes any sense.
No, a high-profile feud. Think about this. Has any kind of feud ever started in wrestling where the undefeated giant was defeated in convincing fashion by the babyface whose manager then turned on him and joined the guy that just got beat? Sometimes they used to tell the story, well, the guy got beat because he didn't have the proper management or preparation, and the new manager can help in that respect, but the guy that just got beat because he had bad preparation and management is not usually an undefeated 7.5 foot tall giant. But y'all do y'all.
It's like the opposite of the Don Carson angle. How do we take this and do it in reverse?
All right. Unfortunately, we have an update from the backstage area, and Drat, Liv, and Rhea Ripley have made up and have a tag team title match next week. And they both said that there was no feeling in any of this. It's one of the canned backstage deals. Again, we've heard Rhea Ripley talk if she's got something to say or they give her something to say. And then, did you see where Carmella and Zelina came out to the ring and did some Jerry Springer show verbiage shit about their wedding, or
no,
Carmella's getting married, or what?
I'll stop you. I did not see this. I fast forwarded through whatever this was as soon as I saw Carmella come out dancing in her wedding thong or whatever that was.
Yes.
I decided to fast forward.
Well, they did a variety of verbiage that you would hear on a local cable access version of the Jerry Springer show, and then Zelina beat up Carmella. So now they're mad at each other. And then, again, there was a 6-man tag, RK Bro and Finn Balor against Austin Theory and the Usos. And honestly, even as much as I like Austin Theory, this was a short match. Everybody did everything to each other in the finish, all of their moves, boom, 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 and Austin Theory beat Balor for the 47th time. Did I miss anything of any pithy quality?
No. No quality, no pithy quality.
So far, but now bear in mind, this is Raw, folks, so we were starting at ground zero. This is always a crummy show.
Let me ask you one question, just because us talking about RK Bro made me think of it. Did you see the Randy Orton documentary that aired after Raw?
You know what? I did not until the following day. And then somehow, how was it?
Or was it NXT? Am I wrong? Was it on
You know what?
NXT?
It was on. No, because nothing's on after Raw. Raw never ends. It was on after NXT, and I had gone to sleep and woke up, and son of a bitch, when it was on there. So I saw part of it, but I'm going back, and I'm going to watch all of it. And the next one they're doing next week is on Flair. It's WWE Evil. And they're doing one on Flair next week. So I'm going to try to catch up on that. But there's so much programming.
No, but the Orton one especially, I'd love to hear your thoughts on, because it's weird. It's kind of cool to see him now at this point in his life talking about what he was like in reality when he was in his early 20s. What a kind of a
fucked up attitude that he had at some points. And yes, and I saw that. And this is one of the most truthful and factual pieces I've seen him do. So yes, we're going to go back and look at that. Now, is every program on every channel involves a wrestler these days? There's only 16 people watching each one of them. But yeah, but the point is, on Raw, normally a dog of a show. We've already had the Cody interview that got everybody up and stirred up and was excellent. Starts that, explains that. Kevin Owens did a great promo. Braun Steiner and Dolph Ziggler had a great wrestling match. MVP, that was an angle for whatever that's worth. So it's not as bad as it usually is. And then, what'd you think about Edge? What do you think about Edge doing Malachi Black's entrance better than Malachi Black?
You know what? That was what I was going to jump in and say to try to pop you was, you mean Edge stealing the House of Black and doing it on WWE TV? That's what this is, right?
Well, actually, some people may not recognize it because they're actually doing this right. But yes, Edge is now what is the quote? The self-described omnipotent one. He's a full-fledged heel. He introduces Damian Priest, who has changed his look to look even more bizarre, might be a word, exotic, off-putting, whatever.
Professionally dark.
Professionally dark.
Because it's all dark suit. I mean, he was always in a dark outfit, but now he's in a suit.
And Damian Priest's story is he tried to please everyone. But now he's just learned that he needs to try to please himself. He's been listening to old Ricky Nelson and the Stone Canyon Band albums. And he heard Edge's message to AJ Styles, but it was like Edge was speaking directly to him. Damian Priest is taking this hokey material and making it halfway plausible. And I wrote, this is what the Blackfellow should be. This is a guy who is obviously Edge, off his rocker in some respect, is now describing himself as omnipotent, who's a full-fledged heel, and more than that, is somehow shaping somebody else's mind. Damian Priest, who looks up to a veteran like Edge. Now Edge has a follower, a minion that's doing his bit, that he is mentally influencing. This is the House of Black, just without the fucking stupid, overly dramatic psychological shit that nobody understands. They're telling the story first. They're putting the horse before the cart, imagine that. They're explaining who these people are, what their motivations are, and how they came together, and who they're after. And then AJ Styles comes out and kicks the shit out of everybody. Now, of course, let's ignore that AJ was a heel a few months ago, bumping around for his giant tag team partner almost, and now he's the babyface in this scenario. But as AJ kicks the shit out of him, then Damian Priest saves Edge from suffering the concerto, thank goodness. And the officials come in to help AJ and get these people. But this is the House of Edge. Already we know by their words and deeds and by the story that's being presented, by the way that this is being formatted and presented in the program, booked, if you will, we know what's going on. It's not just bad lighting effects for an entrance and a bunch of people doing shit that doesn't come off as coherent to the average viewer. Your thoughts, Brian?
I will say, I don't know if there's anyone whose performance promos I hate more than Edge. It doesn't come off as natural to me. It always comes off like performance. Even worse than Cody at times, because Cody's trying to come off like a human being in his performance. Edge is trying to be something that he's clearly not. Other than that, we'll see where they go with this. You know, there's a lot of people online that have been theorizing that maybe Rhea Ripley will join the House of Edge.
Oh, come on.
What do you think? Oh, seriously, the whole dark theme, and she's in the leather and whips or whatever's going on over there.
Whatever's going on over there. No, I don't want her to join the house of anybody. I'd like to see some of her and Becky, or her and Charlotte, or her and Bianca, or just let her be her and just feature her. Don't give her small, tiny sidekick tag team partners.
I'm happy they're doing something with Damian Priest, because everything I've seen of him on the main roster since he's come up has made me not want to see him, and I used to look forward to seeing him in NXT. Hopefully, even though I'm not crazy about this current version of Edge, hopefully this opens some doors for Damian Priest. Hopefully they use him better. Hopefully he gets better placement on these shows, and it's weird that you're talking about someone who's a champion of some sort and saying these things, but that's the reality.
Well, and hopefully that's where this is heading, now that he's falling under the spell of Edge. I almost went over the edge on the next match. Street Profits and Alpha Academy. Jumpstart. Adam Pearce comes out, makes it no disqualification, and all four guys in the ring at the same time. And okay. And the Street Profits won by splashing Shorty Gable through a table. Because there's no way that a no disqualification wrestling match can end any other way besides somebody going through a table, right?
Well, I don't know. We'll talk about the rules of the Hardy Brothers table match.
Well, no. See, now specifically, the only way you can end a match is somebody going through a table, unless it's a tables match, and then nobody goes through the table. Because the tables don't work. All right. I will get to it. The last segment on Raw, and honestly, I wouldn't have hung around after I figured the Street Profits and the Alpha Academy couldn't be the main event. So I fast forwarded. Otherwise, I might have just tuned out. But with 5 minutes left on the air, here comes Roman Reigns, Paul Heyman, and the Usos. And okay, let's leave on a strong point, but they didn't give them a lot of time. So Reigns turned it over to Paul E, and he put everybody over. And basically how everything's going great for the bloodline, not only the Usos, the tag team champions, but also Roman Reigns. He was in the main event at WrestleMania, the record receipts at WrestleMania, record gate at Survivor Series, first $1 billion year in WWE history, record receipts at the Royal Rumble, the largest WrestleMania crowds, a 58% increase in viewing of the cock. 58% more people are watching cock than they were before Roman Reigns got cock. That's what I said.
To be clear.
Yes, the peacock, 58% more on that fine feathered bird. He's the biggest star in sports entertainment, Roman Reigns. And the fans chant Roman because he's over, babyface or heel. And Roman Reigns stars, and they were down to the nub. He said he was a man of his word. He smashed Brock. He said he was going to smash Brock, and he did. He's going to be on SmackDown Friday to let everybody know what the next move is. But right now, and he started to do the thing where he says, "Town, acknowledge me," and my DVR froze. But they just had to send him out right as a tease at the end. But a great promo by Reigns and a great promo about Reigns by Heyman. But nothing earth-shaking happened there.
So he's now the champion on both shows. He'll be on both shows every week.
Yes.
You think they're going to do him and Cody?
Well, not right now. That'd be almost impossible to.
So who would you do Roman with? Who's ready for Roman right now?
I don't know. It's not my job. My job is just to dissect.
Well, it used to be your job. It used to be your job. You should be able to answer these things.
Well, if it still was my job, I'd have a lot more people ready for him, wouldn't I?
Think so.
See, it's not my week to watch everybody. But no, you couldn't do Cody now because then Cody'd have to win it. See, at least the WWE they understand, they have a grip on basic wrestling psychology. If Cody Rhodes just came in, cut that promo, going to win the title it took away from my daddy in the garden, gets a title match in the next several weeks and loses it, then they might as well just fucking gas up his bus and send him back to Georgia. That ain't going to happen.
Do you hold off on that title match until SummerSlam or WrestleMania?
Ooh, WrestleMania next year might be a long time. Let's see what kind of ideas they have. But no, it shouldn't be for the next several months because they've got to build it. See, but just because nobody does things right anymore doesn't mean that they're not going to try to do this right. And I would be surprised, as far as Vince is obviously behind this, that he's going to let them rush it. We'll see. But you know what? Right now, Roman Reigns since Brock is not a regular, as we've mentioned, Roman Reigns is the biggest box office attraction in wrestling because he is the biggest star in the company that draws the biggest gates. And that's just, it's not opinion. That's fact. There's nobody that can argue with that. He is the one singular world champion of the company that draws the biggest gates in the business. Therefore, he's the biggest box office attraction. And to be perfectly honest with you, I think the reason why that he's over is as much appearance as anything else, because you've got Roman Reigns, who looks like a man. Unlike the current AEW world champion, he looks like he has pubic hair.
What?
And he, well, no, seriously.
I hadn't thought of this.
You know, well, think about this. Look at Roman Reigns standing next to Adam Page, say, which one has pubic hair? Roman Reigns, 9 out of 10, every time is going to be the one.
But who would say that?
Well, that's just if you were asking somebody the question. If you stood them up next to each other and you said, which of these two guys is the one with pubic hair? I'm telling you, Reigns sweeps 9 of 10.
I dare you to walk up to someone and ask that question.
Well, haven't you ever heard anybody ask that? Now, look at those two guys over here. I wonder which one of them you think has the pubic hair. It happens all the time. And that's why that Roman Reigns is the biggest box office attraction in the business. And that's why that he is a great customer, just like all the rest of our listeners are, of the fine products at manscaped.com.
For the record, we don't know that he's a customer of Manscaped. If he was, he would be happy, we believe, but we don't know that, so we should stipulate that we don't know that.
He's doing some kind of manscaping because he's not hairy in places that would be rude for him to be hairy in, but at the same time, he's got a beard, he's got that long hair, he's obviously got a lot of testosterone and all the things that grow hair, like follicles and follicles and everything. And he's got to keep this shit under control because he's on television, needs to look good, as well as obviously, I mean, he's getting more pussy than you could imagine, being the double champion, looking that good, you know, and standing next to Heyman, he looks even sexier because you've got a contrast. So I'm sure he has to keep his manscaping. And who would the biggest box office attraction in wrestling go to purchase their manscaping products and various appliances to do same? If you're making all that money, you're going to go to the industry leader, and that's the folks at Manscaped. That's why I would certainly think and would believe and even bet money that Roman Reigns is a Manscaped customer. We don't know it to be a fact.
We don't know it to be a fact.
But we think it. We suspectify it. And I'll tell you what, folks, you don't have to make a ton of money. It's just all the upper class, upper echelon people, they go to Manscaped because they want the best, but the best doesn't have an exorbitant cost to the average consumer with just some dick hair that he needs to take care of. Or if your nose is fluffy, or you can't hear any good anymore, you can't hear well anymore because you got all that ear hair stopping you up. Or maybe there's just, you know, every time you drop the Browns off at the Super Bowl, or shoot off a chocolate rocket, or let the fudge monkey out of his cage, if there's a little residue hanging on the taintal area because you're shaggy down there and you need to trim that, whatever the kid, don't have to use the dog trimmers. Just use your manscaping products. And right now, folks, the new Ultra Premium collection from Manscaped is sweeping the country. Actually, it's not sweeping the country. There's no broom involved, but it is cleaning the country because it's a new skincare and hair care product lineup designed to upgrade the everyday man's shower routine from head to toe, from balls to the wall. Brian, actually, everyday man's shower routine, you know, I've noticed I don't leave the house a lot anymore. Sometimes I forget and lose track. It might be 5 to 7 days before I shower, or in between. Sometimes they just blur. But every time I get in the shower, whether it's every day, every week, whether I need it or not, I'm going to use the Ultra Premium collection, including lathering on the Ultra Premium body wash with aloe vera and sea salt. Now, aloe vera is a small-time porn star that used to work for Vivid Video.
No, that's not true.
But she cleaned up her act, and now she comes and applies this body wash onto aloe vera. That was her name. We love aloe. And sea salt, so it tastes great, too. It keeps your skin feeling
No, it doesn't taste great. You're not supposed to drink it.
It moisturizes you. You feel wet all day.
Well,
that goes back to the porn star.
Oh, God.
It's hair care time now. Step 2 in the shower. You apply the 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner that cleanses and nourishes you in one step. It's got a base of coconut water, green tea, aloe turmeric. He used to actually work in Western movies in the 50s. Aloe turmeric. He played a heel most of the time. And sage. It makes your hair healthy and hydrated. And then hop out of the shower. After healthily hydrating, hop out of the shower and protect yourself from that stinky body odor that emanates from you that people have been telling you about for years by applying the Manscaped aluminum-free deodorant. I was unfortunately mistaken earlier. I thought that meant that you would not smell like aluminum. But apparently, indeed, there is aluminum in some deodorants. And that's why some people walking down the street look like the Tin Man. Their arms are stiff because that shit will just get in you and fuck you up. Well, this is aluminum free. It dries clear. It's infused with refined cologne. And then the hydrating body moisturizer spray that's infused with the power of red algae from the Pacific Ocean. You remember old Red. He used to hang out on the beach down there in Hawaii alongside of King Curtis selling surfboards. Red algae. He's from the Pacific Ocean, but now he's keeping your body wet. And there's lip balm. Folks, what are you laughing about the lip balm for? As much ass as you kiss, you might need that lip balm. Each product is infused, folks. Not refused, but infused with the refined cologne quality scent. Your partner, whoever he, she, or it may be, times are tough. We know that some of you might be going for all three. But they will love the signature Manscaped smell, and thank you for not causing them to gag like a man eating Fremunda cheese in a septic tank of a slaughterhouse. Folks, if you want to go right now, I bet you do, to manscaped.com, you can get 20% off and free shipping with the code DRIVE, D-R-I-V-E, 20% off and free shipping with the code word DRIVE at manscaped.com. It's time to get wet and clean with your new Manscaped shower routine. Well, that was only 3 hours on Monday for Raw. We got another couple hours coming up on NXT on Tuesday, and now we've got the hottest young star in the rookie of the year, if ever there was one, Braun Steiner. He's the NXT champion, and we're going to see what goes on, right? So that's why I was excited about this, and I got even more excited as it went on, and then, of course, they tickled my taint right till the end and then brought a finger crashing down. I guess that probably wasn't a good thing to put. They tickled my taint and then brought the finger crashing down. They gave it to me up the old poop chute right at the end of the show is what they did. Steiner's entrance was the very first thing. He does an in-ring promo. And now I guess there's some wise-ass heel fans down there in their building because they're dueling chants. We want Ziggler. No, we don't. We want Ziggler. No, we don't. They rattled him at first. Did you see this show, by the way?
I did, yeah.
Okay, but they rattled him at first. He was trying to go on with his prepared remarks because he's trying to tell the story. And again, just because he's a prodigy, we got to remember he's had 30-something matches and not a lot of live national television interviews. So the people rattle him, and if you're listening to me, young Steiner, think of your uncle. If you'd have just turned around and said, I'll slap the shit out of somebody if they don't shut up and listen to me or whatever. But don't just try to power through it because it came off like he was going to say these prepared remarks no matter what, right? Did you get that feeling?
Yes.
Okay. But he got warmed up as he went. And again, the story that they have him trying to tell is valid, but the prepared remarks they give him, the suggested verbiage, whatever they're doing to him, it doesn't sound totally natural coming from him, but once he gets some pull and once he continues progressing and he can change some things, I think he'll be all right. But it was a promo. But then suddenly, here comes Walter. And at first I'm like, all right. And then I'm like, so quick. And I'm like, is this the start of something? But by the time they get into this and we find out we're going to have a match for tonight, I'm like, oh man, this could have been a situation where his first major challenger is this fearsome fucker that's also a veteran, can lead him through the matches. They could have a nice multiple week run up to a big match and disputed finish, whatever. This could be a program. And they just challenge asked and answered tonight. Didn't even promote it ahead of time. Walter, by the way, as we've mentioned many times, speaks perfectly for his gimmick. Everything he does is perfect for his gimmick, which his gimmick is him. And so I want to see it, but I'm surprised we're seeing it so fast. But that was the opening segment. And, well, you mentioned you were surprised so quick. How many?
Well, so quick in that they gave it away right away. I mean, so quick would be, we're going to have it next week. That's still so quick. When you do it on the same show and you don't even give people enough time to say, oh my God, next week, I can't wait to see this match. That's so quick. That's ridiculous. They announced it and had it in the same 2-hour show. To me, that's a waste of this match, which should be based on who's there, should be the most high-profile NXT match there is.
That's what I'm thinking. Who else on the roster of NXT looks like that they might be able to whip Braun Steiner except for Walter? That should be the next big thing, and they just gave it to us. Anyway, they as they're fading to black on that segment, the Creeds are walking out. And after the break, we come back and there's a match in progress. Creeds against Imperium, Fabian and Marcel. So in 3 minutes, they made a match, started it, and come back, it's in progress. I figured out what I don't like about the Creeds. It's not that I know they're green, and I know that they're amateur athletes, and, they are in wrestling school where they belong, except they're on national television. I've figured it out, though. It's not like when Rick Steiner or even Mike Rotunda, the Varsity Club, were wearing amateur wrestling inspired gear, or the Steiner was wearing the headgear, or it's when any other amateur wrestler has transitioned to professional. Jack Briscoe, Danny Hodge, Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar, nobody wrestled in sweat clothes, imitation amateur singlet inspired wrestling gear and tennis shoes. Combined with being green, they look like fucking goofs. It looks like a training match. They're trying to tell people that they're amateur wrestlers so that they look like amateur wrestlers. And do you see that now, or am I just being picky?
I think you're being a tad picky. I've liked the little bits I've seen of the Creed brothers. It's not perfect, but they don't have people who are, no disrespect to Shawn Michaels or anyone there. They don't have wrestling people telling people to do wrestling things because it makes sense. It's a whole different kind of system there, a whole different program. I can't complain about them. Out of all the people they've signed and just put on their TV show, those guys show some promise.
Yeah, they do show promise. And that's why I would like to see them wearing shit that doesn't make me go, what the fuck, and being put in positions on national TV they're not ready for. But we will revisit the Creeds in 3 months or so and see what they won, by the way. And then 2 masked ninjas came in the ring and whacked them as chairs and pulled their masks off and revealed themselves to be the former NXT UK Tag Team Champions, Pretty Deadly. It looked like fucking the Hanson twins, if one of them was dark-haired. What was the Hanson twins' name? Gunnar Hansen was Leatherface in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, so it wasn't him. There was Hal and Henry Hansen, I guess. I'm getting no feedback from you whatsoever, so we'll move on.
This is your dog.
Yeah, well, start holding that head better. Cameron Grimes, in-ring promo. There's more talking and less wrestling on a lot of these programs, but he's the new North American champion. And again, the stupid shit that they did with him where he won a bunch of money in the stock, made a bunch of money in the stock market on the GameStop stock or whatever. He just won the North American title. He comes out and he's telling a story that he won it for his, and this is true, his father was integrally involved in the independent wrestling business in the Carolinas. And he got him started Cameron started in wrestling. And his father passed away, and he's won this title for his father in his memory. But at the same time, he's still got that goofy stock market bullshit playing on the screens that he comes out to in the background. And here's this country boy. He's all kinds of likable. We like his work. He had a great look with the top hat and the hairy chest and the cave-in stomp. And they made him get so over the top with his silly promos and everything's to the moon. And then he got rich and then whatever the fuck. Then they shaved him and he looked like a hairless rat. And now they're trying to have him come out and speak from the heart, which maybe he could have done all along and he'd probably be over more than he is now. But instead, but he's still fake rich while he's talking about his dead father. I don't like all of this, and it's due to the creative, not the talent underneath. So that was that. Oh, but then here comes Solo Sikoa. He's a brother to the Usos, because we asked that question also. Who was he before? Where has he been? Because he's way too good for them to have trained him from scratch. And he's a Samoan, which means it's genetic. He can wrestle. But he congratulated Cameron Grimes, but he's going to challenge him anyway. Man to man, give him a shot. Cameron says okay, and they shake hands and stare at each other. And that's the end of the segment. Is there many people you want to like more than Cameron Grimes, and something always happens where you're like, what the fuck is going on here?
You know, I saw him come out, and again, I just saw last week and this one, I didn't even notice when he first cut his hair and shaved all his body hair. It was on in the background. I didn't notice it was him. And I'm watching this, I'm like, did someone there say, like, oh, he has a nice smile, we want to show it more? I mean, what causes them to say, let's take someone with a very interesting look, who's already under our umbrella, and completely change what he is that seems to be working?
Well, speaking of what seems to be working, or what the hell is it? What in the wide, wide world of sports is going on, as Dean Hill used to say? Joe Gacy, what is this supposed to be? What is his interview supposed to be? What is his thing supposed to be? What is he supposed to be?
I don't know.
The promo it's somebody's idea of doing something artistic, but it's boring and I don't get it. Does anybody get it? Has anybody explained it? What the fuck's Joe Gacy's deal?
I don't know.
Okay. And then two other guys were arguing in the locker room. I'm not sure about what. But then I know that Dexter and Indy and Duke and Persia are still arguing, because apparently now their bone of contention is who the sexiest couple in NXT is. So they went to a boot store because they were in Texas, and we got a modeling montage of Dexter Lumis and whoever this Duke fucking knucklehead is with Indy and Persia. If they get any new viewers because of Braun Steiner, this is the kind of shit that'll run them back off. Who's the sexiest couple in NXT, Brian?
I don't know, but it's interesting with Dexter Lumis, because here you have someone who was there before we started watching regularly. And it was like, okay, you knew him from TNA. I'd never seen him before. He's in great shape. He has a look. They presented him as kind of a boring serial killer.
Yeah, the world's only boring psychopath.
Who would crawl around the rings like a crab. Who would crawl around the ring like a crab, I should say, not multiple rings. Would crawl around the ring like a crab. And now he's in a comedy I was going to say marriage. It's not even a marriage. Are they married? They're married in storyline.
I think they got married.
Yeah, so now this is what he's doing. This creepy serial killer's in a multi-week comedy segment.
And because Indy and Persia were friends, but Indy got mad at Persia because Persia fell in love with Duke because Duke used to be with Indy. And then they follow this segment with a match, Dexter versus Duke with the girls in the corner. I have no intention of watching more fucking drama about their fake relation. I wouldn't care if they were real relationships. If these people are all married, engaged, betrothed, promised, fucking on the side, whatever the case, I don't care. This angle is so fake and childish that you can't be seriously interested in either one of the guys. And as we said, Loomis has something, but they've hidden it well with all this foolishness he's been involved in. But yeah, so there's that. This show is aimed at teenage girls. Is it hitting any of them?
The question of who this show is aimed at is one I ask myself often. Is it supposed to be towards a hip-hop fan base? Some of those promos would make you think so. I mean, the show promos, not the actual wrestler promos. Is it for women? Some of those Wendy Chu segments would make you think it's for teenage girls.
Or potentially single-age girls, like between the ages of 4 and 6.
But like the Braun Breaker Walter audience is very different from the Wendy Chu, whatever goes on in the Chu World audience, which is different than the Indy Hartwell Dexter Loomis relationship comedy wrestling audience. It's like a mini version of AEW, it's just not as well done.
Well, now wait a minute, that's some kind of backhanded compliment.
But at who?
Somehow. But I'm not sure. That's the problem. I'm not sure who you're... All right, up next, Raquel Gonzalez and Dakota Kai wrestled Toxic Attraction. They sure did. And then there was another spooky promo about Joe Gacy, from Joe Gacy, about chaos controlling you. And he's starting to drop hints about ask your parents or people you trust for advice or whatever the fuck. I know they're dropping little hints. It's just that nobody understands fully who this guy is or what the fuck he's doing or what he's talking about or cares. But speaking of not knowing what the fuck you're talking about, have we established now that AJ Galante is not a wrestler and is apparently neither a celebrity nor he's apparently some guy that had a rich father that got sent to prison for racketeering, and he used to manage a minor league hockey team. Have you heard about this?
I did read some of that in the last few days, and let me just say before we go into this, this was one of the worst segments I've ever seen. And I don't even understand why they did this. It was so bad.
When one of the participants gets so fucking lost and confused that he knows it and starts laughing at himself, it's not a good segment for television. When you think about when's the last time that somebody on live TV was doing such a rotten job they started laughing at themselves?
Yeah, see, Austin laughed at McMahon, not at himself.
Yes, he was laughing at the situation, but this is like, I'm completely lost. I don't know what I'm doing here, and isn't it ludicrous that I'm even being allowed to speak? That's what and folks, if you didn't see this, and please search it out, they had a made man ceremony for Tony D'Angelo, the fucking Soprano ripoff gimmick. AJ Galante awkwardly introduced him, and that was the smoothest part of the segment. They had the ring set up with the chairs and a table and a bottle of wine and a loaf of bread and a big picture of Tony D'Angelo on the tripod. They had the wine and they certainly had the cheese on this segment, Brian. And he couldn't get through it. They're trying to do some kind of pseudo mob ceremony where he talks about, and this thing, you're going to take care of this thing, our thing, your thing. He was talking about a lot of guys' things. and he couldn't get through it. And he lost it to the point where, and it was so amateurish, because you could, whoever said this guy could fucking speak, why would you put him in this position? But instead of the zombie-like, somnambulistic recitation of the prepared lines that he had with absolutely no feeling or emotion whatsoever, he just got lost and started laughing because he couldn't figure out what to say. And you see Tony D'Angelo give him he's like mouthing the next word. They're both on screen, and he's trying to be the off-camera prompter to get this guy to I mean, I don't even personally dislike either one of these guys. I've never met him. I felt bad for him, if anything, but this shouldn't have been on television. What the hell? What happened?
Beyond the fact that AJ Galante, I hope that we have more promos with him on TV. This was a train wreck. Besides the fact that he couldn't do this. Besides the fact that Tony D'Angelo is a ridiculous gimmick, and I don't even believe this guy with this gimmick. What was the ceremony? If we're going to do a made man ceremony, it has to go somewhere. Something has to happen. You have to do something.
Well, he kissed him.
Instead, they said a bunch of words. There was no actual ceremony. And then it ended. This was bizarre and weird and worth watching a second time.
Oh, and they had a bloody playing card that signified something that he referred to, but they should have done the old blood oath. Cut the hand, do the handshake.
You talked about things in the past like, if they had done this on TV and wrestling 30 years ago, one of the promoters would have, done something. If they had done this exact segment, as benign as it seemed on TV of, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I know guys that would have fucking grabbed them. Yeah. And told them the fucking Sicilians couldn't work in Chicago just for calling themselves Sicilians. And these guys are out there doing fucking Sopranos shit from 15 years ago. Ridiculous.
Well, I would call the next segment the promo with the brand new NXT Tag Team Champions, but I guess they don't have no Tag Team Champions no more in NXT. Have you heard about this? Have you read about this?
I started seeing pictures, and I don't know everyone's name, so I started seeing some women's wrestler who I've seen her name every now and then, but I don't know who she is, started posting about someone, and it turned out it was the guy from MSK. I didn't know what his name was, either his real name or his gimmick name. I had no idea what his actual name was.
The annoying one, the one with the prison tattoos and the bad haircut. Nash Carter, I believe, is apparently, and we don't know, this is everybody else's personal business, and I never asked or inquired, and don't really feel like knowing now that I know. But apparently his wife, they're married. Apparently still. Probably not for long. But apparently his wife took Kimberly, is that her name? Took the opportunity, of him celebrating his tag team championship win to announce to the world via Twitter that even though they're married, she can't hold it in any longer. He punched her or beat her up or whatever sometime last October. I believe that was the month that was quoted. And she posted a picture like, looky here, what this is after he split my lip open. Now, honestly, and several people said this on Twitter, I'm not making light of it or disagreeing with her story. I don't have any idea. It's her story and it's his story, and they can tell their stories. But she posted a picture with like, look what he did to me. And a lot of people were trying to, where? What? I didn't see a split lip. I saw a girl with no makeup on looked like she'd been crying. But there was not like, nothing was sewed up. There was no damage that I could see. But then she follows that up with, and boy, the dinner table must be fun this week if they're still cohabitating. Is it cohabitating? Whichever one. If they're still living under the same roof, she posted a picture of him with his mustache trimmed to look like Adolf Hitler and his hair combed over to the side to look like Adolf Hitler doing a Nazi salute. And that's when they announced that they had wished Nash Carter all the best in his future endeavors somewhere away from this company.
And that was the end of his wrestling career.
So, but there's so many questions. Did you need to go to Twitter first, or what about the cops? Or would you go to a lawyer first and say, I'd like to get a divorce, and now I'm going to tell you, or just, hey, here's what my husband did to me, and he's a real piece of shit.
Well, to be fair, we don't know what she has or hasn't done already in terms of police or anyone else.
Well, God, it seems like somebody would have found out about the activities that I don't know, but I'm just like, what the fuck? Can anybody have any personal business without talking about it on Twitter anymore? Male, female, animal, vegetable, mineral.
And I even saw some people trying to defend this idiot by saying, who hasn't shaved their mustache into a Hitler mustache?
What?
Actually, probably almost everyone, A. And B, if someone was stupid enough to do it, why take a picture of yourself doing a Sig Heil? Seriously, enjoy Oblivion.
With no shirt on.
Enjoy Oblivion, Nash Carter.
But now here's the thing. Besides, I can think of only one other person that shaved their mustache into a Hitler. Paul Jones.
Paul Jones. That's it.
And he did it so gradually, nobody really noticed it until right then. But what? But now he screwed his partner too, just because he's a dick. And the other guys over here go, what the fuck? I was in catering. I wasn't even there. All righty. So thank you, MSK, for being MIA now. You know, but the next match was, though, don't you? We had to watch this one, Nikita Lyons versus Lash Legend.
Yeah.
And for a variety of reasons, I was assured this was going to be entertaining, and it was. Is Nikita Lyons bigger than she was last month when we saw her? And I'm not talking about fat. I'm talking about just expanding in every direction.
She seemed the same to me.
What do the kids say? She's thick.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. At Lash Legend, has anybody seen Grace Jones lately?
Oh, stop it.
I thought you might like that.
Called her Wendy Williams last week. Now it's Grace Jones?
Well, Wendy, I don't want to make fun of the ill and sick and shut-ins, and apparently Wendy Williams is under the weather. So I'll go with Grace Jones. What's her health like lately?
I don't know.
Where is Grace Jones? You never see her anymore. Look up where Grace Jones is while I talk about this.
Well, Studio 54 closed a long time ago.
Well, you would think she'd be on some goddamn sign show or signing autographs somewhere at a fan fest. But these two are both so over the top in everything they do. You can't hardly look away. But I'm sure you watched this match with a careful eye. Did you see Lash Legend drop what I believe to be the first legitimate real elbow drop that I've ever seen in wrestling on Nikita Lyons? Almost broke the small of her back.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And then Lash Legend does across the ring, a perfect round off into a backflip and goes for the splash in the corner and missed it by that much. It just, Lash Legend runs at Nikita Lyons and Nikita Lyons moves and Lash Legend runs her own head into the turnbuckle. They did an awkward 1-2. Nikita Lyons has great body language. When she was selling the right hand, she's rocking back like Sylvester Stallone in that climactic fight scene in Rocky. But unfortunately, I've at the same time had a feeling that a lot of this stuff on both ladies' parts was covered by those quick camera cuts. So you couldn't see exactly what was going on. Did you get that feeling?
I don't know. I was kind of just enjoying the moment.
It looked to me like they were either taters or daylight. There wasn't really anything in between, but Nikita won with her leaping crotch drop. That's what we're going to call it from now on, the leaping crotch drop.
You know, have you seen some of the nicknames people have created for her that are going around?
I would love to hear them.
Thicky the Wagon Steamboat. Rob Van Yams. Yam Bigelow. Bob Baby got Backlund. Those are just a few. And finally, let's end with this one. Thick Rude.
Oh my God. It's a thing to behold, is what those matches are, or her things, or whatever.
Beyond the spectacle that is Nikita right now, as everyone falls in love with her, she's got talent. She is a legit martial artist. She is a legit singer.
Yeah.
There's something
she's green,
there.
But she's young.
Oh, yeah. There's some. She may be, out of all, well, this isn't a high praise right now, but out of all the women in NXT, she may be the one that has the most potential.
Well, the problem is they're putting her against the other women in NXT, and the Lash Legend didn't do her any favors. I was starting to think Linda Miles doesn't seem so bad now when I see Lash Legend, but
that's Linda Miles' daughter.
Oh, shut up.
No, I kid.
Don't start spreading false rumors. All right. The time, as they say, had come. The main event for the NXT Championship, Walter against Braun Steiner. And obviously going into this, it's too early to beat Walter. This could have been the next NXT Big Show main event, the next world title program. But here we are, having said all those things. I was happy to see this because, again, Walter is maybe he's not, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Walter is or should be the biggest box office attraction in all the business. He should be up there. I'm not saying he should be the single number one top star in all the business. He should be up there. I think he is still the best worker for his gimmick and personality in the business. Nobody else does themselves as good as Walter does himself, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and you've said that before.
I don't see anything, except for obviously a finish that is called for him, and, he's trying to do the best of his ability, or the, stuff booking-wise that he's not in charge of. When he's in the ring, when he's talking, when he's reacting, when he's working, everything, there's nothing out of place with him. There's nothing that makes you say, well, why would that guy do that?
Except for the name. And the fans were still chanting Walter, it sounded like.
Well, yeah, and I mean, the name was not, obviously, it was, I'm sure they said, well, pick, do you want us to call you Dipshit or Frank or Gunther? Okay, I'll take Gunther, but anyway, he's a veteran, and he can call a great match for a guy like Steiner, and he can hang with him because he's, like we said, Gene Kiniski-like, with that just big, raw-boned physique, as they used to say down south, and those big paws. And he started a little heat on Steiner with a big boot, but Steiner came back with a power slam. Steiner is a good seller, but he has to he sells well when somebody's on him. He sells with facials. He sells with body language. He's not one of these guys who thinks you got to hit me with a baseball bat before I'll go down. He's working, but where he doesn't keep focused with his selling is when he's been selling and then he gets a hope spot or an offensive move where the heel takes a bump or they create some space, and then he immediately comes up fresh as a daisy looking at the heel. Like, what's next? It breaks the flow, and that's what he's got to work on. When he comes out with one of those hope spots or a big clothesline out of nowhere, then boom, he needs to land. Then he needs to look up. Then he needs to shake his head. Then he needs to start getting to his feet, maybe leaning for a second, and then look over at the guy. But that's a transition from, I've been getting my ass kicked, I got an opening, now I'm starting to get my shit together, and the heel can either come over there and cut him off before he's gotten his shit together, or if the heel is waiting for him to come up, then it didn't just happen, boom, we call it going from zero to hero. It didn't just instantly happen. He gets his wind, and you see it happen. So then, obviously, Walter had been working on him, and the shoulder, I can't remember whether he ran him in the post or he had done something, But he tries to press Walter, and the shoulder goes out, and then Walter runs it into the stairs, and they go to the break. When they come back, he's getting heat on the shoulder. And those chops, and Steiner, now he's selling his ass off. I'm not saying he's not a good seller. He just needs to work on that transition from catching to pitching. And then they traded German suplexes and clotheslines. We had a slobber knocker. And that's the gimmick. Walter, do fans know why they call him the ring general?
Some fans may, but probably not that many.
Well, obviously it's a play on, if they had their way, he'd be, the fucking Field Marshal Rommel or something. But the ring general, a guy who was a master at calling a match, at leading a match, in the wrestling days before all this shit happened, was called a great ring general. And obviously, Walter's gimmick, and him being of German and or Germanic or Austrian descent or whichever, yes, der ring general, but this is what he is. He kept it up. He's leading the charge. He kept it interesting. If Steiner does a belly to belly, Walter hit that drop kick at that size and those big legs. Power bomb, 2 count, big pop, does the splash off the top. And again, he's lost that weight, so he doesn't look 300 pounds anymore. But when that big frame lands on you, it looks like a nice splash. And that's what matters. And a 2 count, and a clothesline, and a 2 count. He's really pushing fucking Steiner. Till finally he comes off the top for another splash, and Steiner spears him, and they trade the punches and the chops. Walter gets the rear choke, but Steiner fights out, hits a clothesline, picks him up, presses him, hits the power slam on a 260-pounder, and that tall. And the height on something like that is more, what's the word I'm searching, is more, not more damaging, but is, you got to worry about a guy's height on a move like that more than his weight, because the height causes the weight to be dead weight and unwieldy, and it's harder the taller a guy gets to do something like that to him. And Steiner nailed it like he's done it to everybody else. 1, 2, 3, boom. Great match, amazing performance again by Steiner. Hate to see Walter get beat so early, but I can't see enough of Steiner. I'm amazed at how advanced he is and how he's progressing in front of us. And as I said, Walter is the most accomplished guy at being himself in the wrestling business right now.
Unless they're bringing one of these guys up to the main roster, there was no reason to have Walter lose this match right here, right now.
I don't,
This was the main event of the next takeover or whatever, they call it now. That's what this should have been. Why would they just give this away in a single night?
Well, because we found out after this was so good. Remember I said they tickled my taint and then they gave me the finger. I guess the next program, we can't have a program between the best wrestler in NXT, Walter, and the best rookie in the entire wrestling business, Braun Steiner. We have to have a program between Braun Steiner and another green outlaw goof with an indistinguishable, unknown gimmick named Joe Gacy and I'm sure they probably figured this because the stooge that's with Gacy that never speaks was a hotshot amateur too, right?
Parker Bordeaux, was that his name?
Or was he a football player?
No, he was a wrestler.
So he's a hotshot amateur, so something will go on there. But he's greener than Steiner is. So instead of putting Steiner in a long-running program with a veteran that can get the best out of him and teach him on the job, they beat the veteran in their first meeting, and then they segue into an angle with 2 guys that are greener than pepper trees, one with a rotten gimmick. Because on the screen, as Steiner celebrated his victory, suddenly appears his father, Rick Steiner, saying, "Hey, I want to congratulate you, son." But something's the matter. What's the matter? They pull back. Steiner's tied up. He's in a cage. He's tied up with ropes, and there's Joe Gacy and his stooge Harlan there. And the teases that Gacy has been talking about, your family, your father, whatever, now they've got... This was so fake looking. Number one, I don't care if Rick Steiner was in a coma. These two couldn't have fucking tied him up. Secondly, it's fucking preposterous. The match that they just had, Steiner and Walter, the last thing you want to do after they've done everything they can to put some credibility into the wrestling business, do you want to hit people with something that's so completely fake and phony that it spoils what they've done? But that's where this goddamn comedy writing crew of fucking dickless perpetrators can't understand the difference. The guys go out there, beat themselves up, put some credibility in the thing, and get themselves over, and then the writers that don't have to take any bumps force shit like this on them that they think is entertaining. It just makes everybody laugh at what they've tried to accomplish and punish their bodies for. So I'd like to say once again, fuck you to the writers that are apparently going to sabotage the hottest rookie in wrestling. Because now, instead of Braun Steiner being the NXT champion and a tremendous athletic prodigy, he's the guy standing there with his dick in his hand while these two unknown dipshits kidnap his father, and nobody believes it anyway because it's done in such a phony fashion. But somebody apparently heard me say last week, well, why couldn't they just give Braun some wins? And then instead of just blurting it out because the Steiner thing has been revealed because of the Hall of Fame, if they weren't going to reveal it from the start, let's Braun Steiner be going right along until finally he wins something big or something, and then one of the heels can get to him by going to his family. And then if he wanted to, he could reveal that he didn't want to trade on the name, but he's proud to be his father's son, blah, blah, blah. So they do the phoniest version of that they can possibly come up with. Why couldn't, in a few months after he's reigned as NXT champion and gotten some more victories, why couldn't they have given Braun Steiner an award, best newcomer in NXT, rookie of the year, whatever, and have his father there to present it to him? And then the heel that he beat, Walter and his stooges, in his last program, come out and have an issue with him being awarded that because everybody knows that he's the best, blah, blah, blah. Interrupt the presentation, get in a beef. Braun Steiner looking good. But then suddenly as he dispatches Fabian and Marcel with clotheslines, Walter grabs a chair, swings it at him. When he turns around, Braun Steiner ducks, and Walter lays out Rick Steiner with a chair shot to the head that you can hear from here to fucking Los Angeles, which busts him open, and there's chaos, and people are running into the ring, and the heels are run off, and Rick Steiner is taken to the hospital with a concussion, which, because he's in his late 50s, potentially causes a stroke to where it's touch and go, and fucking Walter's immediately suspended for going into business for himself. But Braun Steiner leads the campaign to reinstate him so he can get his hands on him. Or they can just kidnap Rick Steiner and tie him up and put him in a cage. That was the end of the show.
Sure was.
You know, Brian, the problem becomes they just can't get a good idea, but even if they do get a whiff of one, they can't keep it.
No, they can't.
Just can't keep it to save their life. And you know what else you can't keep sometimes? Sometimes you can't keep your hair. And I've got to think, because Rick Steiner, we've mentioned this since we've seen him recently. Rick Steiner lost his hair. And if only Rick Steiner still had his hair, I'm thinking that he would still have the superhuman strength of a Steiner, and he wouldn't have been able to be tied up like that.
You think it's a Samson-like situation where the power comes from his hair?
I think that's it. I think it's a Samson situation without the Delilah, because he didn't have anybody cut it. It plummeted from his head over the many years. And now he's hairless and strengthless and can be tied up by job guys. Folks, don't let this happen to you. Don't go bald and be tied up by job guys with indiscriminate gimmicks. Folks, I'm telling you right now, it's going to happen to all of us at one point or another. You're going to get too tall for your hair and your top of your head's going to be sticking right up. 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they're 35 years old. And I guess by the time you get to 70, that's 4 out of 3 men. So by the time not only are you going to lose all your hair, you're going to lose some of other people's hair too. More than 50 million men in the United States suffer from male pattern baldness. And I'm not even going to get into the countless women that suffer from female pattern baldness. It just starts at the other end of your body and works up to the head. Whereas the guys start losing the hair on top of the head and work down to the other end of the body. The whole thing meets at manscaping, but we're not going there now. Folks, Keeps offers the only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss. They offer the generic versions of both of those, and that's why the treatment plans are so affordable and typically half the cost of pharmacy prices. You go in a pharmacy, you say, hey, give me some pills that'll grow hair on every part of my body. You think how much they'll charge you? Why, they'll rake you over the coals. And then sometimes the hair on your knuckles doesn't even grow at all. But Keeps is going to put that hair straight on your head where it belongs. They've got more 5-star reviews than any of the competitors, especially whenever they grow hair in the Tokyo Dome. Convenient virtual doctor consultations, medications delivered straight to your door every 3 months, 24/7 or 24-care-7 support. 24/7 care and support line, a network of expert medical advisors, prescribers, care specialists, and kibitzers that will support you in making your hair goals a reality. Everybody, when you sit down at the start of every year and write down the goals you have for your hair, the number 1 on the list should be keep it. Treatments start at just $10 a month. They've got everything that your hair needs, but remember, prevention is the key. So act fast, folks, when you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss. Go to Keeps, Keeps, Keeps.com/JCE to get your first month of treatment for free. That's Keeps.com/JCE. Get your first 25 or 30,000 hairs on us. Keeps.com/JCE.
25 or 30,000, really?
Well, you know how many hairs you got on top of your head? It's countless. When you start losing them, you need to lose about 20 or 30,000 of them, and then you start noticing. And every once in a while, 4,000 or 5,000 you can fill in on your sideburns. Did you ever try to count your eyebrows?
I have not. Have you?
That takes a while.
Have you done that?
Well, back in the days before cable TV in some hotels and there was no cell phones and you really needed things to do. Keeps. All right, well, we've now completed our review of the WWE programs, and now it's time for AEW. This past Wednesday night, it was April the 6th. They're in Boston, Massachusetts, Beantown, the home of the Boston Tea Party. And we talked about this on the earlier part of this show, that oftentimes lately the first hour has been good, and then they dovetail. But they saved the best for last on this one, and my fears were allayed, and I'll get to it in a minute. But for the first time in almost 50 years, I was able to watch a television wrestling match completely as a fan, with the entire fan experience. We'll talk about that later on. But opening up the program was Adam Cole against Christian Cage. And when's the last time we saw Christian wrestle? Because I thought he had exclusively gone over to the management of Jungle Boy and Dino Douche. That's all we've seen him do for months and months and months and months. Months!
Well, I don't know if we've seen any singles matches, but I think he's been in a few tag matches and maybe one of the multi-man ladder matches or something.
Oh, yes. Of course, they hit him in there. Well, but I'm not complaining anytime I get to see Christian wrestle because he's better than most of the guys on the roster. But again, I feel like that we're in the bizarro world. Everybody comes in and gets the shit kicked out of them, and then after that, and they're pigeonholed as losers, then they start getting wins over accomplished veterans. It is the same thing. Adam Cole comes in, he gets beat by the mascot, then he gets a world title match, and he gets beat there too. Then he still claims the world champion who's beating him like a fucking drum is scared of him. And now, finally, he gets the chance to get a win on television that would seem like that's the thing that you would do when the guy first shows up and have him beat some people to show that he's... Am I overthinking this?
No, you're thinking this.
Oh, that's what the problem is. Just take the word over out. So Christian Cage against Adam Cole. And again, I wrote what I wrote when this started, perhaps a match against a former multiple title holder in WWE and TNA where he looks good and wins might have helped Adam Cole when he first arrived instead of trying to play catch up. And they had a nice match. Started the heat on Christian right before they went to the break, come back. Boom, boom, boom. He sells a little, then he comes back. False finishes, back and forth. Christian missed a diving headbutt. Adam Cole hit a knee for a 2 count. And then a bunch more false finishes. Nice Hurricane Rana or Frankensteiner now, by Christian Cage off the top rope for a 2 count. Again, we went into who are we pushing here? The people were loving Christian Cage, and he almost beat Adam Cole 8 or 10 times. The guy who hasn't had a single match on TV in ages, and the other guy is currently still trying to challenge the world champion. And Adam Cole's getting his ass kicked. And then Cole pokes Christian in the eyes, hits a knee, and 1, 2, 3, and the announcer is he steals another one. So, yeah, you're getting heat on a chicken shit heel for stealing wins, but not... not the guy challenging for your world title, and B, not before he's ever proved that he can beat anybody. You start a guy beating moderate level individuals on his own talent, whether he's a heel or a babyface, and then when he has to resort to chicanery because he's not up to the task of beating a more upper echelon guy, he gets some heat. But now everything that Adam Cole does to win against anybody is eye poke, ball kick, Fish and O'Reilly help me. So he stole the win, according to the announcers, and then here comes Fish and O'Reilly. And they managed to get on Christian and hit him about 3 or 4 times before immediately here comes Jungle Boy and Dino. And the heels get run off. And the babyfaces run off after him, except for Adam Cole, who's still in the ring. Because here comes Adam Page, the world champion. He's walking this time. He's not driving his Opel Kadett with bullhorns on it.
It was a Tesla.
I thought it was a Honda Civic.
No.
Well, regardless, whether it's Tesla, whether it's... Who was the other guy that invented electricity?
Edison?
One of those guys, yeah.
He didn't invent electricity.
He just found it when it was laying there. Anyway, so Adam Cole refused to fight Adam Page unless the title is on the line. They get face to face, and Page says, fine, we'll meet next week on Rampage. Not even Dynamite, but the Friday night show. In a Texas death match. Because they're in Texas. Get it? Will this be the second world title Texas death match signed specifically because they're just in Texas? It won't be a Texas death match. The last one wasn't. They just called it that because they were in Texas and just made it one fall, no DQ. So now they're going to do another one just because they're in Texas. You know, I bet you if they got to the point where they had a actual real native of Texas that was over and a real program with somebody that called for some violence, that a real Texas death match might have actually drawn money at one point before they've killed it.
Yeah, it's funny because when Adam Page was setting it up and he goes, you know, we're going to be in Texas, my first thought wasn't Texas death match. It was, you're not from Texas.
Yeah.
And then he had asked the Texas death match.
Well, see, the Virginia street fight was already taken. Next up, now we know Tony listens to the show. It's like, once again, the Steve Allen line. Did they get your program? Well, they listen to it. I'm not sure they get it. But maybe he's maybe it's not that Tony's learning. Maybe it's just that the wrestlers he's bringing in they have a little bit of higher standard of how they're used now, because Samoa Joe's debut, after it was revealed that he was signed by Ring of Honor or by AEW, by Tony Khan at the Ring of Honor event, he gets his first match on television, and son of a gun, wouldn't you know who won the pony? A new star signs, they bring him in, they give him a competent but not top-level opponent, and he gets a good dominant win. It's almost like they're trying to start Joe from the beginning, instead of starting him at the end and having him work his way to the start. Samoa Joe versus Max Caster. The only thing who is Caster pissed off? He does a job on every television program now.
I don't know what they're thinking is, if it's that they're giving him TV time, they're letting him get a positive exposure because he does his rap and he's super overdoing it, but they can't justify the wins. I don't know what it is, but I love seeing him on the show. He's become one of my favorite guys on the show, but they beat him every time he's on the show.
And I guarantee you, somebody's told Tony, oh, well, while his partner's injured, just go ahead and use him. You can use him to put guys over because a tag team's a different thing. No, a loser's a loser. And they are establishing that Max Caster comes out and entertains everybody for 45 seconds verbally and then gets beat. And that's going to ruin their tag team, because when the other guy comes back, they go, oh, there he is, partnered up with that fucking loser Caster. What? Anyway, they're booking this. Oh, it's all entertainment, so who gives a shit? And for the set number of people that watch this program every week, they don't, but others would. That's why they're not watching. But Joe is going to kill you. The people in Boston still remember. And Joe got all over him. And he's so good at projecting his badassery and the facial expressions and the little snorts and snot. I'm not going to fucking put up with that shit kind of face. And so Joe did a dive, but he did the flying bus. Looked like a greyhound going through the ropes. And there's a distraction by Bowens, the partner. Caster gets just a smidge, just a soupçon of heat. And then Joe says, fuck it. Boom, comes out. Muscle buster, 1, 2, 3. Dominant win, exactly what it should have been. And now we know, at least thankfully, maybe it was their suggestion, Jay Lethal's going to have something to do, because Lethal and Sanjay Dutt show up on the screen. They're pure heels. Lethal has changed his outlook on life, and he's pissed at Samoa Joe, his mentor, for not picking up the phone and giving him advice when he made the transition from Ring of Honor and all that shit happen. So there's some type of personal animosity between these guys, and next week they're going to have a present for Samoa Joe. I hope it's in a box wrapped up and Joe opens it and it's a plastic bag, and then here come the heels and put it over his head and try to suffocate him, just like Angelo Poffo. But it probably won't be. But they're going to have a present for him next week, so at least we're going to see Jay Lethal and Samoa Joe, and that can't fail on any stage. What'd you think?
I like seeing Samoa Joe. I like the way he was used. I hate that it was Max Caster. Once again, and we didn't even mention Bowens, but they come out there, they get the crowd going. You have to listen to hear what he's going to say. It's always going to make you jump back. Like, ooh, it always does. He has good size and he gets beat every week. Other than that, happy to see Joe featured this way. I think the sad thing is Jay Lethal was over as a babyface, even though they were beating him, and he was getting such a great reaction, especially in that Moxley match. And then they went with him as a heel. I don't know what they're going to do with Sanjay Dutt. It's the first time I've seen Sanjay Dutt on TV in many, many years. I forgot all about him. I don't know about that. The one thing I am excited about, it kind of hit me when I was looking at Joe out there and made me think of when I first saw Joe. And the first thing that made me seek out Ring of Honor and Samoa Joe. And that was Samoa Joe versus CM Punk. And you got to think, knowing Tony is a Ring of Honor mark to the point, and I mean that in a positive way, to the point that he bought the company, you got to think we're going to get CM Punk versus Samoa Joe unless one of these guys objects to it.
One would hope, because then, and I agree with what you said about Lethal, and he was over as a babyface, but at least if they're going to use him and we're actually going to get to see him, we'll overlook the rocky road of getting him there. No, it doesn't make sense for him to be a heel all of a sudden, but he wasn't getting used as a babyface.
What would you do with Caster if his partner is going to be out for a significant period of time, but you could still have him out there? He's part of the act. I mean, he's kind of like, not a cheerleader, but he gets the crowd going. What do you do with Caster if you have him for 2 months and you want to feature him, but the tag team's out the window?
Well, they have wrestlers under contract that we never see on television, and in some cases we'd like to. In other cases, we're happy with the arrangement. But they do YouTube, dark, elevation, whatever the fuck. Put Caster out there, let him rap, and let him have a 5-minute match with somebody that he beats. No, I don't care what their name is, and it's not on television. Just experience and keep him in motion. And then when the fucking partner's ready, bring the team back on television and give them a win or two so people remember there's somebody we're supposed to give a shit about. Just because if this was a territory with 14 guys in it and all hands needed to be on deck, yeah, figure out a single thing for the guy. Well, his partner's hurt for 2 months or whatever. But since they have countless wrestlers that they pay and we never see, invest some of that money in protecting one of the guys that you want to do something with instead of just, we'll just beat him in singles, and that way people will remember he's here. He doesn't have to be on television. It's the Hippocratic Oath of wrestling. First, do no harm. If you want to use a guy in the future, but you can't book him right now in such a way that is beneficial to him, and you got all that money, just leave him the fuck off, or let him just get wins over there and get some experience if he needs it. If Caster was a veteran, I'd say leave him off. Since he's not, give him some experience. It ain't that hard. Nobody's holding a gun to him. You got to put Caster on TV. Oh, what will I do? I guess I'll have to beat him. I'm forced. I have no other choice. Next, Tony Schiavone with William Regal, Bryan Danielson, and Jon Moxley plugging Friday's television. Moxley is talking about bones cracking and raining blood.
I laughed pretty hard at the end. I always thought he was doing it for us. When he said, whatever, there'll be a river of blood. I was like, oh, come on. We make fun of you doing this. Blood will flow like wine through the streets of the town.
So then Sean Spears now is stealing the gimmick that Edge stole from Malachi Black, where he's in the dark, sitting in a chair with a spotlight and spooky and etc. He was doing it before, but they've spookied it up even more.
Yeah, he did do it first, to be fair.
Yeah, but now they've spookied it up even more. And the note I made was they could have this fucking jamoke, as Dennis Corluzzo used to say. I don't even know what that means, but it sounded, this jamoke. They could have him enter with the Mona Lisa hung around his neck like Logan Paul with the Pokemon card, and it wouldn't make him interesting. Spears versus Captain Sean Dean. And MJF was on color, but I'm like, well, I'm running late, and I want to see the main event, so I started fast-forwarding. But during the middle of this alleged match, here comes Wardlow. Did you see the difference, Brian, from 2 weeks ago when he came out and was just immobilized by T-shirt security guys of various sizes and shapes, got no offense at all and was made to look like just an ineffective, feckless prick. Last week, he comes in and he throws some people around and makes his presence known, and the people get into it this time. And the thing I said last week was, I said it was great what they did, but why did they interrupt? It was FTR and the Gun Boys. I said that was a great match. They should have done a job guy match and do that. Well, here we go. Shawn Spears and Shawn Dean. If they were working for Vince, one of them would have had to change their name. Here comes Wardlow, and they have him do the long walk through the back. The camera's on, because nobody gives a shit about this match. The camera's on him as he's coming into the back, and he's throwing security hither and yon, flinging them everywhere, bashed them into lockers. When he comes into the arena, the people blow. And he's nailing more security guys and throwing them away. And finally, he gets right to the ring, and now uniformed police officers. And I have to think somebody may be a native of Boston, because they looked halfway legitimate. Didn't they to you?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking maybe that they made a little arrangement there, but it looked like real cops stopped him, and Spears was distracted, and Dean rolled Spears up, so the job guy beat Shawn Dean 1, 2, 3, and now there goes Wardlow waving by, being escorted out by the cops, but leaving of his own accord because he got accomplished what he wanted to do to begin with. That's wrestling. And Wardlow now looks like he's going to be a real thorn in the side instead of a clueless putz. This is the way you do. The match was meaningless, but it was the background of this. So that's the way you do it. That was a wrestling angle. What'd you think?
I thought it was great. I think some of the small touches, like the signs around ringside. You know, early in the show, I saw them there, and I had the TV on mute, so I didn't even know what they said, because I really didn't give a shit about the Adam Cole Christian match. But I was like, what are those? I thought it was like a tribute, you know, like ringside was all someone who were friends with a fan who died or something. And then when I saw the close-up, and I was like, oh shit, they put the Wardlow signs there. And then he came in, and even like, they filmed him laughing, and it felt real.
Yeah.
Like he's really trying to get to them, and he really messed up their plans. MJF had great facial expressions when they showed him on camera. He got to call Tony Schiavone a prick. That was nice for once. Usually it's the other ridiculous thing of the announcers just saying the worst things they can about one of the wrestlers. But this was good. And I know you just dismissed it as a job guy won the match. We'll see if they go anywhere with this at all, because there is a little bit of a backstory. They were saying the Sergeant Shawn Dean, he got the win over Spears. Spears is a jerk off on TV. Maybe there's a little something there. They come back with it. We'll see.
Spears and MJF against Wardlow and Shawn Dean. And some way or another, Shawn Dean pins MJF.
No, you can't do that.
Yes, you could.
No, you can't.
Yes, you could if Wardlow caused it, immediately followed by MJF finding Shawn Dean out somewhere and fucking skinning him alive and stretching the carcass out on Main Street, and now Wardlow feels responsible and has to try to come back and get even for...
That's fucking good. That's
seriously,
good.
right? Oh, now I've got this poor guy fucked now.
He's going to be skinned on Main Street. You got him really fucked.
Yeah, now I feel so fucking horrible about this. I've got to... And then he has to wrestle Spears and MJF in a handicap match. And there's things you can do. But then we go from that angle, that great wrestling angle where Wardlow gets over, and we go back to Tony Schiavone in the back with the Puddin' Gang. And we once again go from the sublime to the ridiculous. And did you listen to any of this? Did you hear the thing that should have popped you if you listened to it?
I listened in the background. I don't remember. Maybe you're going to say this and I'll remember. I don't remember.
What have I been saying is the absolute worst thing about old Wheeler Yuta?
Oh, his trunks.
Those hideous tights. Muffin Top Taylor standing there saying, hey, and I even got you those sweet tights. He took credit for buying the guy the tights. They're mad at Yuta because Regal and Company. And they feel like he's a backstabber and a turncoat. Trent don't like him either. Old Trent. Trent's probably going to tell his mother about what Wheeler Yuta has done.
Hey, can I ask you a question? And I don't know how you would look at this objectively, but I'm going to ask you to try to. But if you were an AEW fan who watched every week and by and large just enjoys watching, you don't care enough to get mad, you don't care enough to even maybe buy a ticket, but you'll watch every week, you enjoy the show.
Yeah.
Would the best friends in Orange Cassidy be really stale to you? Because I know they've been there since the beginning.
Yes.
And beyond your personal feelings, just they've been there since the beginning. And at this point, it's like beyond, I'm not a fan of these people. It's a groan every time I see them on TV.
Well, it's never been explained the bond between them, just that they were best friends. Not did one of them save the other one's life? Were they shipwrecked together? Whatever. They do the same shit. Most of them don't ever wrestle. And when they do, Trent's been hurt more than he's been healthy. All the attention goes on Pockets. They never really win anything, but they're always around. Yes, everybody should be tired of them by now, because what is to get excited about? What more are we going to see from them that we haven't already seen? So then there was a VTR videotape replay. For those of you keeping track, Eddie Kingston, Santana, and Ortiz were caught in the process of beating up Jericho and the Jasses in the hallway in the back of the building somewhere. And then they all ran out and jumped in the car and ran off. And then Kingston and company come to the ring for a promo. But so again, how many violent muggings, fights, altercations have we seen in the locker room or the back of the building from every company just in the last 10 days?
If you were law enforcement, you charged a cameraman. Because they're always there.
Violating the Good Samaritan law, they put Jerry and the whole gang in jail for a year for that. Think about it. You should be stepping in trying to do something. I don't know. And Kingston and Santana and Ortiz, I like Eddie Kingston and we like Santana and Ortiz when they do things they're allowed to do properly, but now they're just talking about Jericho and his jobbers. And it's after a fake fight that we know is not legitimate, that we see this shit all the time, and then they come out and cut a promo about these. It's just, yeah. You want to move ahead?
Well, let's just say good promo from Kingston. He's always great on the mic.
That's not unusual. Good promo from Kingston. I like him to be talking about some completely different people? Yes.
And now that FTR are being used better, Santana and Ortiz may have a claim as being the most underutilized tag team in AEW.
There you go. And maybe we can see them against FTR at some point next, except their babyface. Oh, this is all fucked up.
You know what sucks? I'd really like to see them against the Briscoes.
Yes. And maybe I guess we're going to have to start watching Impact to see the Briscoes anymore.
I'm not doing that. I will never go to Wrestling Purgatory. No.
That may be a bridge too far.
Yeah.
Speaking of Purgatory, Tony cut the shit. That's what Jane Cargill said. Jane Cargill and Mark Sterling come out, the interview with Tony, and she introduced her baddie section. 5 girls sitting at ringside all dolled up. They did look batty. They've got bats in their belfry, I guess. But the baddies, and Marina Shafir is not allowed in the baddie section. This whole show was baddie. Of course, I think she was saying baddie, like is a baddie a thing now, or has she just named them her baddies?
They're her baddies. You know, they're the women who, look bad in the good
bad?
way. They look bad in the good way.
That used to be an insult. You're looking bad.
That Michael Jordan, he's so phony. What Seinfeld episode's that from?
I don't remember.
Oh, it's one of the best lines ever. The one where George and the other guy fight over the parking spot while they're trying to watch the boxing match. And the whole neighborhood comes down on the street, and Kramer had revealed that this guy called Jerry a phony. And Jerry calls him out. He goes, "So I'm a phony?" And he goes, "No, I meant that in a good way." He goes, "Give me an example." He goes, "That Michael Jordan, he's so phony." But yeah, the baddies, It seems like Jade's doing a better job than AEW heels, actually, is getting women together to come out to wrestling.
She got more women to come to the matches than any of the guys have gotten to come to the matches. She got 5 of them. Rest of the guys on this roster haven't had 5 women in their whole life.
So let's stop. If she's going to continue this, and she's doing it on social media, and Tony's going to give her TV time, and they keep the belt on her to keep pushing her, how big is this section going to get?
Well, it depends on whether it's comp tickets or not.
Yeah, that's the other question. How do they all get together and get group seating?
Yeah, well, that's because they got a group plan. I got some plans for that group.
Will you stop it? Hey, that's a bad
Come
segue.
on, what in the world?
That's a bad.
But anyway, so Jane Cargill also says she's tired of these MMA losers coming into my business, the wrestling business. And she's gotten awful territorial awful quick. But she's the problem solver and Marina is the problem. So this should be interesting.
We haven't actually seen Marina wrestle on Dynamite. We saw a promo video and she's been mentioned in 2 promos by Jade because they're going to wrestle, but we haven't actually seen her because I don't think I've seen her in AEW yet.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
But now we come to the match we've all been waiting for, the tables match between the Butcher and the Baker and the Hardy Boys. Brian, explain this to me if you will. How do you botch up the reunion of the Hardy Boys?
I could explain it in 3 easy steps, or maybe some would say 3 easy weeks, because that's all it took. It actually took only 2 weeks, if you really think about it, but we've had, 2 gimmick matches in 3 weeks?
Yeah. They put them together. The Jeff just appears, and they appear on free TV with almost no advanced knowledge or buildup. They're involved in an ongoing angle with underneath mid-card talent. And 3 weeks, 3 TVs, 2 weeks after their reunion, they're in garbage matches on free TV with mid-card talent, and the matches are stinking. And I take no pleasure in saying this because I like the Hardys. I've liked them in the past. I haven't much like Matt's teleportation or whatever. And this was bulletproof and unfuckable. You've got access to Jeff Hardy, straighten Matt out, invest a couple or 3 weeks in getting him away from the job guys and allowing him to come to his senses and announce he's the old Matt Hardy. And obviously I'm not going to argue that the FTR and the Bucks were busy doing their thing, but it seems to me that since the Bucks were heels, that maybe they or some other heel team could have come out and taken issue with Matt that he needed to call in his brother and reunite the Hardys, and then they have a pay-per-view match or a live special match or a main event match on a highly rated television program against main event stars. But instead, here we are, and what did I say a few weeks ago? You don't, with a nostalgia run, the Hardys are as over as they're ever going to be. They're not going to dig in and work hard like, dedicated young men and get over from this point. They're over as far as they're ever going to be. You're using the goodwill and the nostalgia. Start them off in the high-profile position because nostalgia's shelf life is shorter, and they're going to see what it looks like, and they're not the Hardys of 20 years ago, and the public perception of them, unless they have really good opponents, is going to start to go down because we're going to see that we've not got the Hardy Boys, we got the Hardy middle-aged men. And that's exactly what's happened. And after this match, Brian, like you asked, personal feelings aside, the booking aside, this whole thing aside, do you want to see more Hardys matches that look like this?
No, I don't want to see.
If you're just a regular fan,
I don't think you want to see any more of them like this. And the match itself was embarrassing. The other reality is these guys did a lot of damage to their bodies.
Yes.
And in the last year and a half before Jeff got here, we've seen that, again, personal feelings aside,
they've almost killed Matt.
Matt can't really go in the ring the way he wants to, the way he clearly wants to right now, physically.
It's not the effort that we're questioning. It's the wisdom of having them try to do all these things.
And this match was a disaster. I mean, on this one show, you had one of the very best, if not the very best, tag matches in AEW history, and you also had one of the very worst of the gimmick tag matches, and there's been so many bad gimmick tag matches.
But it's bad and you're feeling sorry at the same time. It's a downer. Because everybody would like the Hardys to be what they were. The Hardys, I'm sure, would like to be what they were. All the fans would like them to be what they were. But time waits for no man, especially men that have taken a bunch of bumps through tables. And again, if someone smart putting this together, and let's say that the Hardys are no longer capable of being judicious deciders over their own fate because they think they can possibly do more than they can. Because they didn't go out there to stink this place up. But somebody needs to realize we're going to put him in with somebody experienced and athletic and younger that bumps and can feed and can do the things that the fans want to see the Hardys do, and not have them do any of the things that the people are not going to want to see, even if they think they want to see Jeff come off the top of a ladder. When they actually see it and they see what it looks like and the lengths he has to go through to do it, and the fact that they're going to kill somebody else because they can't protect anybody anymore, you don't want to see it then because it's sad. And only an idiot would take stars of this magnitude and put them in matches that will showcase their weaknesses instead of their strengths. So that's what we got. A jump start on the floor and 3 tables in the ring at the start of the match. And both members of the team, according to the announcers, have to be put through a table for the match to be over. And it's all 4 in at the same time. And by the way, did we mention it's no disqualification? Lazy booking. So they're moving like they're 60. And almost immediately before the commercial break, the heels do a double team suplex crossbody on Jeff and onto a table, but the table didn't break. It flattened out on the ground and he was on top of it. And the announcers called Jeff Hardy as eliminated. And they go to the break. And they come back and they're talking about, well, it's Matt. He's going it all alone against both of the heels. And already Matt hits the Butcher 5 times with a chair over and over. Puts him on the table and then leg drops him through the table, sitting on his head in the process. Then they start doing more stuff. Matt misses an elbow drop through the table. They do a bunch of stuff on the floor. They get another table. And now everybody's still out there. Nobody's eliminated. Jeff's still out there. The other guy is still out there. I wrote, this is so sad, mess, phony, dangerous, slow and boring at the same time. Those were some of the comments. Then the heels get Matt and give him a double superplex off of the rail to try to put him through a table. But the spot is that Jeff comes from behind and pulls the table out from under Matt Hardy, who then is superplexed onto the concrete floor. Jeff saved his brother from going through the table by pulling the table away that would have broken his fall, and he just took a double vertical suplex on a concrete floor. Thank goodness for Jeff.
Well, they would have lost the match if he went through the table.
Then Jeff ran. The Butcher is down on his hands and knees on the floor, selling. And the Baker is over there on the railing, and Jeff runs and is going to step up on the Butcher's back and jump off and do something to the Baker. But when he put his foot on the butcher's back, he slipped and fell and went head first and tatered the baker on the way down.
Ridiculous.
Kind of what it looked like. And then everybody was moving like they were underwater, and they were on the floor for about 5 minutes. And then the Hardys set up 2 tables next to a ladder. Bearing in mind, about 10 minutes before this, the announcers have said, well, shucks, Jeff Hardy's eliminated. So then Jeff took 5 minutes to climb the ladder, got positioned on top so he wouldn't fall off, and did a swanton onto the baker on the tables that looked like it killed the baker, if not both of them. And that was the win by the guy who was eliminated. Is that what I heard and what you saw?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell was going on there, but that's pretty much what I saw.
They couldn't even decide how the match was going to be contested, what the rules were, who was going to... And then, as soon as they win that match, here comes music, of course. Andre Oli Olio with Jose and the Bunny and Private Party. And they're coming down the aisleway to the ring, but suddenly Sting comes out behind them with a baseball bat and beats all the heels up and runs them off. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you want me to say. It was a disaster of a segment.
I want you to say. So
it was a disaster of a segment.
The guy that got eliminated beat the heels, and then more heels came down, but another guy came down and beat all them up. It was one guy against 4 guys and one woman, so that single guy won. And then they all looked at each other. The Owen Hart tournament is still underway. Julia Hart versus Hikaru Shida. What did poor Owen Hart do to deserve this? Julia Hart is now a one-eyed heel from Pirate University. She's wearing a Letterman's jacket, a black eye patch. She looks like if Captain Hook had decided to pursue his scholarly studies.
Is she going to join the House of Black? He blew the mist into her eye. Now she's wearing this black eye patch, and she's acting evil.
There you go. She's going to join the Black Fellows.
She'll be the squeaky of the group.
Shit. I always liked Sadie Mae Glutz myself.
Awful.
Again, I watched 30 seconds of this match and thought better of it. Then Officer Bar Brady was in the back with old Swerve, and Swerve went to the Grammys. I guess some of his friends were nominated for something. Possibly he has another line of work to fall back on. But he does an interview with, as I mentioned, Officer Bar Brady in the back, and then walks into his locker room. And then 5 seconds later, Powerhouse Hobbs and Ricky Starks run into the locker room, and the camera goes in. Bar Brady saying, "Go in there, go in there." They're having a fake fight because I'm sure they're probably roughing each other up, but it looks fake because it's in front of no people in the locker room that this shit happens every segment, and it's all fake looking. And then Keith Lee runs in and starts making a save for Swerve and throws or knocks or propels Powerhouse Hobbs through a fake wall. Yes, it was drywall, but Brian, I don't know. Well, maybe they do things differently up there in Boston. You're more northeast than I am. When you build a house down here and there's drywall in the room, right, that you're in, there's generally, I don't know, framework and studs and other things behind that drywall, and then there's drywall over in the other room. That's the way we do it down here. It's like drywall and then your framework and studs and everything, and then drywall on the other side. That's so both of the rooms, whichever one you're in, has a wall. But when they threw old Powerhouse through this wall. It was just one thickness of half-inch drywall, and you're looking at the goddamn locker room on the other side. You're not trying to tell me that they would do anything surreptitious like setting up a fake wall in a locker room, would you? Just for somebody to be thrown through it?
I think it's clear that's exactly what they did.
Can you hear the falling rain?
Is that what that
pouring
is?
Rain. That's pouring rain out here. And tomorrow it's going to snow, and the next day it's going to be a freeze warning, and the next day it's going to be in the 70s, and we're going to get more rain. That's the weather report here. Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain, telling me just what a fool I've been. I wish that it would go and let me cry in pain and let me be alone again. The only girl I care about has gone away looking for a brand new start. But little did I know that when she left that day, along with her, she took my heart. Rain, won't you tell me, how does that seem fair for her to steal my heart away when she don't care? I can't love another when my heart's somewhere far away. Those Cascades, they were great lyricists. Are we ready for the main event?
I think so.
All right, hold on now. We need a drum roll. There you go. The moment we've all waited for, and I will have you know, I said earlier, this is the first time in almost 50 years that I've been able to watch a wrestling match purely as a fan, because I didn't know what was going to happen in the finish, and I really hate the heels and was pulling for the baby faces. That has not happened in a long time for me, so I was able to sit down and enjoy this, and I'm going to shock the world here, Brian Last, and maybe you too, your delicate ears. I'm going to call the Young Bucks by their names in this review. They have earned at least that much from me for this match that I will call them the Young Bucks instead of the Hardley Boys or the Cucamonga Kids, because they really tried to wrestle here. And that's not even a backhanded compliment. They never try. I'm not saying that they can't ever do it. I'm saying they've never tried. There's still the visual situation with the, do we really think in any way, shape, or form that either of these two guys could stand up in front of Dax or Cash physically for 30 seconds? No. But the fans have taken to disliking, even the AEW fans. I think they're enjoying disliking lately the Young Bucks. I think first they were into they're being heels, and now they're like, yeah, these fucking guys. But regardless, they tried and succeeded to have a wrestling match. For the first time in my memory, they kept it in the ring. There was no ridiculous There wasn't the spot where they grab the opponent's leg and sling it to the other opponent who grabs the leg to help out, and their tumbling routines and the trampoline stuff. They had a wrestling match. Do you think it was this personal with these two to show they can do it if they want to, or somehow they got interested in doing something for the good of the company or for the good of the business here instead of just themselves? What do you attribute this shocking occurrence to, where the Young Bucks actually stayed in the ring, even with the corpse referee? The referee didn't look bad because they never buried him.
Nah, he sucks.
Well, I mean, he's still the worst referee in the business, but he wasn't particularly onerous here because they didn't bury him. He wasn't doing stupid shit because they weren't doing stupid shit in front of him. It's almost like they said, okay, FTR, we're going to try to do your shit. Well, that's why I'm saying, was it a personal thing where we can work like FTR? Or I don't know where this came from, but again, you said it was one of the best tag team matches in AEW history. Can you think of a better one? Who has FTR had a match with that was better than this? I can guarantee you this was the best Young Bucks match I've ever seen by a long margin, a wide margin. Again, there was none of the stupid. They still did some of the Young Bucks shit, but it made sense in where it was placed and didn't take you out of the whole thing. And the rest of it, it was a wrestling match. FTR are the baby faces. I guess we'll get used to that. The people are cheering them because they're so good, and also because they feel sorry for them. There's a little of that Midnight Express when we were baby faces and never got a chance to win or do anything. The people, were like, oh, goddamn, we feel so bad for them. But the people are behind FTR. They're putting in these incredible performances. And so now in the space of a week, they had a really good TV match, FTR did, with the Ass Boys, the Gun Club last week. They have the best match of any promotion on earth, WrestleMania weekend, on the Ring of Honor show with the Briscoes. And that was still the best tag team match I've seen in 10 years or whatever the case. And then they come back a few days later and a completely different kind of match than either one of those two, with a tag team that it's almost impossible to get to actually act like wrestlers. And they have a great high spot tag team match. FTR are truly magicians that can work with anybody of any style at a high level.
Heel or babyface.
Heel or babyface. And so anyway, this was great. The FTR foiled all of, and it's like the Bucks wanted to do something for the first time for somebody else. Because FTR foiled all the Bucks' heel tactics, double sharpshooters. You can tell that FTR put this together. I mean, it's not, surprising that you would think that they've got as much experience putting together great tag team matches as this, but the homages to Bret Hart and blah, blah, blah. The Bucks did some Buck shit, but it was all in the ring, as I said. They get some heat on Cash. They go through the break. When they're coming back, Cash is fighting back, goes for the hot tag, and Nick was right there and kicked Dax off the apron. But then the Bucks fuck up something so that Cash can make the hot tag. And Dax comes in, and he's a house of fire. And by the way, folks, not house of fire, not literally a house constructed of flames. That's not what it is. It's not house of fire. It's house of fire, as in, my God, look at that structure. It's a fire. It's a blaze. House of fire. That's chaos. False finishes. Dax and Matt got the double bridge in that deep. The people were up. It was back and forth. Everybody was in the right place. One thing after another, but it still made sense. The Bucks foil the big rig and kicking the balls and hit their own, but only a 2 count. Big pop. And then the Bucks hit that, more bang for your buck, splash moonsault, 2 count. And then they do a tug of war with Nick and Dax on the outside for the tag belt, while Nick is in there with Cash, and basically, or I should say Matt's in there with Cash, or Matt's in there with Dax. I don't know what the fuck. They did a tug of war with the belt, but Nick ended up hitting Cash with the belt, and people thought that's the fuck. And Dax made the save, and the people shit themselves. And then the Bucks hit their shitty little double knee lift that they're so fond of that looks like caca on Cash. And, it gets the 1, 2, 3, but right at the last second, Cash got his foot on the ropes, which was brilliant because the people went insane because they were all thinking the Bucks are never going to put these guys over. The Bucks are these fucking selfish, obnoxious pricks. So they're surprising the fans. So the referee restarts it. And then FTR foils the Meltzer driver and hits a powerbomb and tombstone on each one of them side by side. And then FTR gave Matt Jackson their double knee lift, and it looked like it really hit him in the head. And then kissed his cheeks like they do to each other in their comedy business. And then hit the big rig, 1, 2, 3, Bucks go down, FTR up. The people are throwing the babies in the air. No ridiculous tumbling. It looked like a contest. They didn't bury the referee. They didn't try to be funny. Best Bucks match ever. One of the best AEW tag matches ever, if not the best. And FTR again in 1 week. Briscoes, Bucks, everything else they've done, they're flawless. They can do anything.
And in the weeks leading up to this, we had the CM Punk match with Dax. Really, ever since they got rid of Tully, that was the moment things changed, because they stopped feeling like, not an old act, but Tully being so old and not bringing much dragged them down. They got rid of Tully, started having hot matches. We've always said, get rid of Tully, use them well, push them. We didn't know they would get over this big as baby faces. But I think enough people now are supporting the cause and want these guys to do good. And I think this is also, timing-wise, remember what I said the other day? The Bucks are starting to get go-home heat. It's not, we want to see you get your ass kicked. It's, don't ruin what we enjoy. And there was that here. The crowd was scared that it would happen. So they were delighted. They were over the moon when it didn't happen. But FTR are having a moment right now, and it's undeniable. And for people like us who have been saying for years they're the best tag team in wrestling, they're doing their best tag team wrestling right now.
Yeah. And maybe this was, once again, maybe Tony Khan is just on another plane than all of us. Maybe that was the plot all along. Let's bring in the best tag team in the world that a lot of people say are the best tag team in the world. And then let's beat them. And then let's hide them. And then let's make them wishy-washy, their faces and heels. And they've got a manager, but sometimes they don't. They'll fire him anyway. And they'll lose a bunch of big matches. And just when everybody is really feeling sorry for them and really hoping they'll do well, because, gosh, what great guys, but they always suck and they lose, then we'll have the people right with them. And then they can be, I don't know what, I'm not going to argue with it. They're using them. They're spectacular. I just don't know how we get to these various points.
So we waited almost 2 years for, well, not almost 2 years, I guess a year and a half for the rematch. How long do we wait for match 3? Because you got to figure there's going to be a match 3, and then everyone's fans can get upset about who goes over. But how long do we wait before the third match in the series?
Well, I wouldn't press my luck. They did something that nobody else has ever done, and that's make me like a Young Bucks match enough to call them by their supposed names, even though those indeed are not their real names.
Use their real names. Let me hear you do that.
So as a result, I don't think they ought to rush up to follow this anytime soon. Let's let FTR go off and have some more classic matches and potentially sign the Briscoes so we can have that match with better production quality.
What do you do now with the AEW tag titles?
Oh God, I forgot. That's Jungle Boy and Dino douche still have. I would book immediately FTR versus Jungle Boy and Dino just to get those belts on FTR, and then throw fucking Dino in the La Brea tar pit and start trying to utilize Jungle Boy as a singles babyface before people just totally never care whether they see him again or not. With that fucking stupid, awkward, klutzy, 2 left-footed fucking dinosaur, it looks like a cow on ice. That's what I'd do, but, nevertheless.
Well, on that bizarre note, we end our Dynamite review, but what a fantastic match. Young Bucks, great job. FTR, great job.
Yep.
And we're experiencing, like I said, something special. FTR having a moment right now. Within 1 week, they had, the gun match wasn't a great match, but it was really good for what it was.
It was perfect for what it was supposed to. See, that's the thing. Every FTR knows that every match doesn't have to be the greatest match of all time, but it does have to be the best it can be for what it's supposed to be. And they are able to put parameters on those things and make that. You weren't going to have a fucking WrestleMania main event with Double Juice with the Gun Club on a cold TV match, but everything in that was exactly what it needed to be. They know what they're doing if they're unobstructed and unconstricted.
See, what scares me about AEW booking is if I said right now a preposterous thing to you, it could possibly happen. If I said, okay, we saw them beat the Gun Club, rematch, tables match. I could be like, yep, that's what AEW would do. Rematch, falls count anywhere for no reason.
But here's another thing real quick we must clarify. Because a lot of people have said that, well, That was a great match that Tony Khan booked. And this is not just a knock at Tony Khan. This is explaining what a booker does or doesn't do. Folks, a booker says Brian will wrestle Jim, and a booker comes up with who's going to win that match, and a booker, if he's doing a good job and he's a good booker, is probably going to come up with a real exciting finish for that match. But as far you don't book a wrestling match from start to finish. The Tony Khan as booker or no other booker who books wrestling matches on a TV show or a pay-per-view or a live event or whatever is sitting down and writing the match out as it happens, booking it like that's what some fans think the booker does. No, the wrestlers have the fucking match. And if the booker gives them parameters, then they are supposed to have the match within those parameters. If something as simple as go 15 minutes and keep it in the ring, or more complicated instructions. But it's parameters and it's instructions. The match is up to the guys. Well, now they have agents and producers. But in a lot of cases, especially in AEW apparently, those folks just go back in the truck and tell the director what to watch out for. It's still up to a lot of the wrestlers. But nobody books a wrestling match foot for foot, spot for spot, move for move when you're booking. That's up to the wrestlers. And then some of it's call it in the ring when the guys know what they're doing, and others are, we're going to write this all down and go over it ahead of time. But Tony Khan or any other booker is not booking that shitty match or that spectacular match. Most of that's on the boys. Did I explain that fairly correctly, Brian?
I believe so, and there are some misinterpretations on what a booker is and what he isn't.
Good Lord. Can you imagine that somebody sitting down, not only booking the card for a show, but booking the actual match, like, okay, headlock, takeover, drop down, hip toss, drop kick through the entire card? I'm sure somebody's done that before, but they weren't probably employed in the wrestling business.
DDP Championship Wrestling, maybe.
All quit now.
But we're talking about Tony Khan. Jim, as we are recording in real time, Tony Khan this afternoon has tweeted out some interesting things. If you don't mind that I too hit you with this, I know I'm kind of hitting you with an ambush here, but this is fascinating.
Well, hey, just you never mind about your bush or my bush. We'll get along fine. Just tell me what I need to know.
Tony Khan tweeted out this afternoon at 1:18 p.m. An independent study has confirmed that much of the staunch anti-AEW online community aren't real individuals. It's a staff running thousands of accounts and an army of bots to signal boost them. Look closely. These aren't real people.
Oh my God.
Who'd pay for such a wildly expensive thing? And that was the first tweet. There's a few others here, but I'll...
Wait, hold on. Before we go any further. So now he's saying, well, they can't honestly actually be people in the world existing on today's planet that criticize our genius over here. So they've got to all be not only fake bots, but it's a concerted effort that somebody's paying for to make us look like idiots on Twitter. That is his story that he's telling now.
And it turns out these bots are also watching The Real Housewives on Wednesday nights.
Is there anybody around him that can tell him how stupid that sounds before he utters it? Or is he just allowed to just blither on in any way he wants? Of course, there's a bunch of people on Twitter that ain't real. Down there somewhere, there's a real person with 77 Twitter accounts that has an opinion about every goddamn thing from Will Smith at the Oscars to wrestling. But he is trying to, the way I read that, say, well, it's ridiculous. All these people couldn't possibly think that AEW sucks and we don't know what we're doing. So it's somebody, and by inference, Vince McMahon and or the evil empire, that are creating all these fake accounts to say that we suck. And I guess then they're deep faking all the videos of all the botches and the falling and the stumbling and the bumbling to go along with that. And it's all a plot. Nobody really thinks that in the world except you and me. I think they kind of know we're real. They've seen us before.
Sorry to break it to you, Jim. I'll say it now. I am a bot.
No!
This whole show, I've been fake the whole time.
You mean really down deep? If I opened your mouth wide enough and looked with a flashlight, I would see Bob May's face smiling back at me?
No, you probably see some Lido Kosher Deli, but I get your point.
And by the way, for all of you young folks, that was the person inside the Lost in Space robot B9. Bob May. If you had that on your trivia card, you can now cash in. So he's claiming it's all a plot against him.
Well, to be fair,
people don't really think that.
He's not saying it's all a plot. He's saying much of the staunch anti-AEW online community. Much of. Is that
okay?
Is much of a majority? Is that more than
much
half?
of is a majority? Much as some of would be a minority. Much of would be a majority. But again, I don't know what's going on up there these days. But if somebody came into Vince McMahon's presence, if when I worked with him on a daily basis, there had been a thing called Twitter on the interwebs, and somebody had actually pitched him the idea, Vince, what we're going to do to fight this promotional war is we're going to have a bunch of people get on the internet and pretend to be other people and say mean, bad things about the company. He would have been continuing to wait for them to get to the revelation of what they were really going to do. And then he would, when that was it, he would have looked at them with that look that he gets right before he says you're fired. It would have been ridiculous. The fuck? Yeah, cut their nuts off with the TV network or steal a major sponsor away. I can go for that. But set up a bunch of fake Twitterers? Fuck you, Tony. Jesus Christ.
So you don't think there's any truth to the idea WWE would hire, and again, as Tony put it here, a wildly expensive thing, that WWE would hire a team to go out there and slander their competition?
On Twitter? No. No, I don't think they would do that. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's fucking amateur and childish, and what the fuck world are we living in? Like I said, yes, steal a sponsor, cut their nuts off with the TV network, take buildings away, sign exclusive deals with fucking buildings, try to poach their talent. Those are things you could go to Vince McMahon with if he was in a promotional war, and he would sit down and talk to you about it. Talking mean on Twitter with fake bots and spend money on that? I think that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. That's what the AEW fans do for free. They sit in their basement with 47 Twitter accounts apiece and try to take up for their favorites. So now we've got Tony Khan, the owner of the company, thinking like a goddamn 23-year-old dropout eating a Hot Pocket in the basement.
Well, we have more from the basement here. A couple more tweets from Tony Khan, or 3 more tweets right now. Research this one yourselves. You internet detectives thrive in these situations. It's like Trump calling on Putin, you know?
Yeah.
You internet detectives, you guys do the dirty work that I'm trying to do.
Give us the dirt. You know you've got it.
Speaking of wild things, you won't want to miss this. Jon Moxley versus Wheeler Yuta on AEW Rampage, 10 p.m. Eastern Time tonight.
He's come up with this Who Shot John story about bots and a concerted smear campaign to plug his fucking TV program.
Their boiler room staff is going to be working overtime on a Friday, and I love it. And finally, the final tweet I see here is, ever wonder why so much of the activity on these accounts is retweets and replies? Like, who actually has 80% of their activity as straight up retweets?
Me?
I can answer this, Jim Cornette.
Yeah. Because I don't like to type. I don't have a lot of time. It's quicker than if I see something that I agree with or something that interests me or just a cute little furry woodland creature, I retweet it. I don't know if I wouldn't be 90 to 95, and the stuff you put on the YouTube channel and our various programs, I would say 95% of my tweets are retweets.
Well, there it is. We'll see if Tony reveals any information, this independent study.
You know what? That's a bad sign that he thinks enough of himself and his work and his company that he thinks that somebody that's that far ahead of him would go to those links to do absolutely nothing. What is it? Does anybody agree with anything anybody says on Twitter? Practically. So if you got a bunch of people saying it, a lot of people start disagreeing with it just to be assholes, because that's what most people are. So I just...
How much did Tony spend for the independent study? That's what I would like to know.
You know, those things aren't cheap. Who could be paying for that? Independent study. Well, let's see the results of that study.
Here's the real question. If it really was happening, or even if it wasn't, what would the damage be in reality for a wrestling promotion if there are a bunch of bots, thousands of bots, let's say, saying or retweeting, I guess mostly retweeting and replying to negative AEW comments? Does that actually hurt AEW, or is it something Tony should be paying attention to?
No, but if we're talking about, obviously Twitter has the policy now, they kicked President Pigshit or ex-President Pigshit off for lying about important shit that could cause problems in people's daily life. If people are lying about public policy and laws and elections and major shit, yes, they need to have a knot jerked in their ass. But people bickering over wrestling on Twitter, whether it's positive or negative or indifferent or funny or not funny or whatever, it's not going to negatively impact not only anybody's ability to live their daily life, but also that wrestling company. If it's a good show, it's still going to be a good show. And if it's a bad show, it's still going to be a bad show. But I can't see how that a mass Twitter campaign against these people would hurt that. They've got national television. Just don't suck on your TV show and people won't tweet that you suck or agree with the bots that tweet that you suck. How childish can we get?
I see this a little differently. I think this is the start of an angle. And we're going to get WWE versus AEW with the big reveal that Cody Rhodes was behind all the bots.
And here he comes now with his army of bots. There's more than one army of bots in pro wrestling.
And there must be a truck on my street or something, because all of a sudden it sounds like I'm in an iron lung.
Well, that's one of those buses coming to get you. Speaking of buses and iron lungs, you were recording some programming for the Arcadian Vanguard Network in a deluxe iron lung this past week. What's coming out soon over there on your side of the fence?
Another action-packed week on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. Get information about all the shows on Twitter at Superpodcast. The truck has gone by now. Or on Facebook, facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. A few notes. This week, for patrons of Breaking Kayfabe with Baldwin and Barry at patreon.com/Baldwin and Barry, the boys speak with Joe Malenko, Jody Simon, a man of several different names, the son of the great Malenko, the student of Karl Gotch. Check out this interview. It's fascinating stuff.
Brother of Dean Malenko.
Brother of Dean Malenko. That came third on the list. After son of, student of, and then it was going to be brother of. Older brother of. But hear what he has to say. Patreon.com/Baldwin and Barry. Of course, check out Breaking Kayfabe with Baldwin and Barry wherever you find your favorite podcast, or at BaldwinPod.com. Also want to make mention, Stick to Wrestling with John McAdam, the big 200th episode. I think it's like 4 hours long. It's a long one, ladies and gentlemen. The big 200th episode extravaganza. Several guests, including myself. If you're not sick of me already, hear me on yet another show this week. That being Stick to Wrestling with John McAdam at McAdamPod.com, or look for Stick to Wrestling with John McAdam wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And of course, the 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership! Ooh, I felt that one in my voice too. Opening day Star Wars. It's going to be opening week Star Wars this year because Opening day and WrestleMania week killed me. So a few more days needed, but we're working on it now. Stay tuned. More information next week. Go through the archive today, 605pod.com, available wherever you find your favorite podcasts. The Mothership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hear that one back.
Yeah.
All right, we've almost finished the program. We saved this till the last because I didn't want to ruin our fun and get in this mood and talk about this, but everybody has tweeted us the links to the stories. It made every newspaper, every wrestling site, mainstream news. A lot of people wanted to know what we've had to say or what we have to say. And I asked you before we did the program today, I said, should we talk about this? And you made me realize I hadn't really sat down and thought about it, but there's almost no clips of Jim Cornette on this person we're about to talk about, except when we've done retrospectives of the different territories or places that they worked and et cetera in the wrestling industry, but nothing much personally. And there's been a reason for that. Because I have for a long time now felt bad for, been embarrassed for, felt ashamed for, ashamed of, sad about whatever Tammy Sytch's life and the way it's turned out. And I didn't want to be out of, if nothing else, but fond memories of Chris Candido, even after Tammy's let me down. I didn't want to be the one to just put boots to somebody that's obviously a fucking train wreck and refuses to get their various shit together. Why do I need to do that? Because honestly and truthfully, I may be an anomaly in the entire professional wrestling profession, industry, everybody involved in it in any respect, that I've never had one single crossword or bad experience personally interacting with Tammy. And that, I think, makes me the only one. And I don't know whether it was even with the things that have gone on. I mean, it's not like we spent a lot of time around each other the last 10 or 15 years. But I've seen her on occasion when she would show up. But I don't know whether it was just that she knew that she couldn't necessarily fool me because I was there at the start of all this and I know, her tricks, or that she was grateful to me for giving them a start or whatever. But so I've felt bad up until now. I didn't want to talk about her various fuck-ups because it's bad. But it was bad. She was fucking her life up. It was her doing about herself. And you shake your head and you have fond memories of people when they were not complete fuck-ups. And if that person has never done anything personal to you, or she's never caused any offense to me in terms of one of my trigger points, which is making a joke out of the wrestling business. She's brought bad publicity onto wrestling with her out of the ring exploits, but she was never one to make a joke out of the business itself or to go out there and do bullshit. And, she saved that for her private life. So, but now I've gone from trying to support her in the 90s when she was first starting to get too big for her britches, trying to help sometimes in the 2000s a bit when she just seemed like she needed help or had troubles or whatever. But you'd ask her, are you okay? Everything's fine now. I've got my shit together. And then the next thing you hear, she's in jail again. I've gone from that to being feeling bad, feeling embarrassed, to resigned that she was never going to straighten herself up, and that was going to be one of those things, and you wish good for people, but they're not going to do it for themselves, and you can't do it for them if they won't do it. But I still, as much as we all thought, well, this is not going to end well, I still thought it was her that she was doing the damage to, and that it would be her to, unfortunately, suffer the consequences. But now she's killed somebody. And I've gone from feeling bad to being embarrassed to resigned to now, you know, what the fuck? This has gone too far. And Tammy, regardless of whatever bad things happen to you and Chris, or you in the wrestling business, or things that you caused you to fall back, or whatever the fuck. Somebody just wrote she's been arrested 17 times in the last 10 years with 7 DUIs. And at some point, if you don't learn a lesson before it gets to half of those numbers, it's your responsibility. And I don't know how is the thing is now, at least over the last couple of years, she was in fucking jail. You thought, okay, at least she's not going to OD or get drunk and fall and kill herself, or drive and kill herself, or whatever. She's got no driver's license. She just got out of jail a few months ago for these various offenses. And she's in Florida and driving somebody else's car. She's not allowed to have a driver's license. Apparently, I would assume not allowed to have a car, so she's driving somebody else's. They're probably going to get a wonderful civil suit coming up soon. And she kills somebody, a 75-year-old man sitting at a stop sign, or stoplight, or whatever. How would you, Brian? I'm a pretty good talker. I can talk myself out of a few things. How would I have talked myself out of that without 17 arrests on my record in the last 10 years, without 7 DUIs? I'm coming down the street, and what witnesses say is a high rate of speed. I blow through the stop apparatus and crash into a motionless stopped car, killing the person that's in it. And fucking myself up too, so she got taken to the hospital. And then apparently from every news story that I've heard about this or read, after she got out of the hospital, they let her go. They said they took they took blood tests for toxicology, and they requested the results be expedited to see whether criminal charges should be filed. And I'm putting myself in that play. I've done the exact same thing. I tell the cop, oh, shit, I didn't see the guy sitting there motionless. I was going too fast. I'm going to go home now. Let me know if you need me. How the fuck do you get away with that? So there was an article on pwinsider.com by Mike Johnson, and I suggest everybody read it. It was probably this past Monday or Tuesday, whenever this news came out. Apparently, everybody was too busy with WrestleMania because it happened the weekend before WrestleMania. But a WWE Hall of Famer goes to jail in Florida, and the news doesn't come out for 10 days. But Mike Johnson wrote that article, and when I read it, I said, I wish I'd have written it. It's how I feel. It's more articulate than I could be about the subject. He sat down and thought about it. I'm doing this off the top of my head. But it's been sad when it was just her. And you feel bad, but what are you going to do? And it's somebody else's life. But now it's somebody else's life. And I never wanted to put the boots to the girl because it's sad. But this is too much and too far. And if she can't get her shit together, and somebody tweeted the picture, said she was driving a Mercedes. I've had a valid driver's license for 45 years. I don't drive a Mercedes, but she's driving a Mercedes that apparently she's got some jacked up meathead boyfriend again down there that's maybe it was, they said it was his car because he drives a Mercedes. If he's letting her fucking out and about, then he's as fucking guilty as she is. But at some point now, since we're aware and obvious that she's not going to do anything to stop herself, somebody needs to do it for her. And I hate to have to say that. And I've said in the Smoky Mountain retrospectives and some of the WWE, WWF stories, I felt bad for quite some time because I knew who she was when she started out. She's always been a bitch. We talked about that. She always gets heat with people, but she was talented and straight. She worked for me for 2 years. She didn't drink beer. She never took a pill. She was never late. She was never unprofessional, never argued about a finish, never questioned a promo. I watched her get knocked off the ring in Morristown. Unbeknownst to her that it was coming, she got crossed up because she was green then, got knocked off the apron head first to the concrete, broke her finger. It was fucking sickening to look at it bent back like that. She runs in, gets one of the boys to crank it back for her, and runs out for the finish. Never complained about a check. Nothing. We go to the WWF, and that's where the problem started, because in hindsight and probably trying to do a little psychological work, she always had a high opinion of herself, and when it was validated by her becoming a big star, that was the beginning of trouble. And then besides pulling the shit she pulled on Chris and trying to associate with all the main eventers, she's a big celebrity. She's the most downloaded woman on the internet back when that was a new thing. She's making a lot of money. And as I've said before, I think the problem with Chris and substances was pain and injuries. The problem with her was just, oh, I'm hanging around with a bunch of people that do it, and it'd probably be cool. I'll do it too. And she didn't need to be doing it. But even then, I've told you, Brian, nobody wanted to deal with her. And when they took her off the program per se as a manager and made her just a personality, the deal she had with the WWF was that they would put her on the road doing these personal appearances and on-sale dates and various publicity as this star attraction in the WWE, even though she didn't really have she wasn't a wrestler, nor was she managing anyone. She was just Sunny, right? And so they gave her a deal where they would pay her contract money, plus that since she's traveling all over doing these appearances, they would pay for her road expenses, food and hotel and transportation. And they nominated me after a while to be the one in charge of her. Jim Ross didn't want to deal with her. Bruce Pritchard didn't want to deal with her because she was snotty and snide and bitchy to all of them and etc. And she didn't do that to me for whatever reason. And I also, it was the deal where she was turning in $80 breakfast at the Marriott 25 years ago because it was at 11, an omelet with 11 egg whites and no egg yellows and all this. She's feeding Chris. Chris is with her. And they're trying to heel it in on the office. And all I do is call and say, Tammy, start eating the egg yellows or tell Chris to bring a fucking sandwich. I'm turning in half of this. Okay. Nobody else could deal with her, but I never had a problem. But everybody else did. And now and then she became her own problems. And then she lost her complete ever-loving fucking mind. So I can't defend it. I don't take any pleasure in saying it, but somebody's got to make her accountable for herself because she's not going to do it. And now at this point, maybe it's saving her life, but a little too late for the guy she just ran over. So for the people who think that I'll always find something rosy to talk about when it's my friends and people that I have never done anything bad to me and that I don't have any issue with, I can't excuse this. And so for everybody who was asking, what do you think? It's sad and it's embarrassing, but ultimately all this is her fault. And you can't say it any other way. I assume she's going to be in jail at some point for the rest of her life. Can't say that for sure. If some evidence does come through, oh God, the brakes failed. Well, then I'll be the first one to say, well, thank goodness. You're a fuck up, but you didn't fuck up that much. But do we really think that news is going to come out?
The 7 DUI number is the one that I knew she had several, but I didn't realize it was that many. And as bad as it is that she keeps getting them, it's even worse that she's allowed to. That after 4, after 3, after a couple times where you show that even if they suspend your license, you shouldn't drink and drive, you keep doing it.
How about when you get arrested for anything 4 times in the same day? Wasn't that her record when she was going after the other old boyfriend and trying to climb in the apartment building or whatever? Is 3 if it wasn't 4. Boy, something about that should have said, hey, maybe I need to modify my behavior. So anyway, check out the article on PW Insider. Mike Johnson wrote it. I agree with it. And he didn't take any pleasure in writing it either, but a lot of us have known her since she was a teenager. And you would have never thought that that person would end up this way. But unfortunately, it's happened. And there's no excuse for it. And I don't even really know how to get out of this bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, to get out of this, I'll hit you with some other news before we wrap things up. Breaking news, Jim. It has just been announced by the Academy Board of Governors that Will Smith is banned from the Oscars and all Academy events for 10 years.
Oh! They've cracked the hammer down. You know, the only other way they could have got even more even with him was if they made him come to every Oscar for the next 10 years.
What's he going to do without getting those screener DVDs?
Well, he's going to have to get something bootleg out of the trunk of somebody's car, I guess, if he wants to watch the major motion pictures from now on. So with that, I hope he's suitably chastened. Poor old Will Smith now can't go to the Oscars. I don't know if I could go on if they barred me from the Oscars.
Well, we shall see, but one place Will Smith is not banned from, and that's the drive-thru, which returns in a few days.
Boy, it sure does. Just almost immediately. Do we ever stop doing this? Talk about a vicious cycle. Rats in a trap. Hamsters on a wheel. We're gerbils. We're just gerbils.
No, we're not. Let's not use that example. Come on.
We're gerbils running around a lower GI tract. Just not able to get anywhere. Just constantly on a treadmill.
You know what? A friend of mine years ago, my friend Mad Owl, he said something.
Your friend Mad Owl?
Yeah, he was one of the pioneers of the New York hotline scene in the 90s. What a troublesome scene that was.
And his partner, Fat Tony.
But Al once said, he goes, because someone said something about intestinal fortitude. He's like, intestinal fortitude, what is that, shit? And I was like, I never thought of it that way. But I guess it is.
Well, folks, if you've liked today's helping of intestinal fortitude that we have served up for you, then you're going to love even more of it on the drive-thru. As the great Brian Last just said, in the next coming few days, we'll talk about more wrestling and more bullshit, and we'll try to put a smile on everybody's face, because isn't that what it's all about? Just putting smiles on the people's faces.
Well,
that's what it's all about.
As long as they're smiling, our frowns are, I think, more acceptable.
And when you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you. Turn that frown upside down, sunshine, and join us next time on the drive-thru, and next week here on the Jim Cornette Experience for the Baron of Last Manor. I'm the King of Castle Cornette, and thank you, fuck you, and bye-bye, everybody.